Well, good evening. I was on time, Ian, 2 weeks in a row or 2 shows in a row.
I know, and people were beginning to give me crap. They're like, "How come you're?" And they were giving me crap when I was like a minute late. They were like, "Rob was on time, so this is just unacceptable."
I
And
know.
I'm like, "Come on."
But you figured that third time would be the charm. It was not the charm. It was not the charm at all. It was terrible. A lot of it has just been, getting stuff ready. Plus, I had the lovely pleasure of Ian being backstage before we get started. So, wait, we're live, right? Like we didn't do the thing where
we are live. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Like that
we
one
didn't
time.
do the thing again where we like do a half hour worth of show and then go, "Oh shoot, people should see this."
That was a lot of fun. Except it wasn't. It was terrible because there's a whole lot of fun stuff we were talking about that just didn't end up being a part of the live stream at all. So, but that's not the case today. Today we're live and it's Friday. Hey everybody, how you doing? Happy Friday. Welcome to Friday Night Frenzy, a show where we talk about things that occurred in the law in this particular week. I'm joined tonight, as always. Well, not always, but most times by Ian Runkle. Runkle of the Bailey is the channel. Firearms and criminal defense lawyer from Canada. I am Rob. I am a civil litigator in domestic relations litigation in Northern Virginia. So we just like trial stuff. I mean, we're kind of trial nerds and law nerds. So I like doing it.
Yep.
It's fun. So where are you guys tuning in from? What are you doing? We like to just kind of ease our way into the coverage. And tonight's not going to be that long because
Good try.
I said it out loud too. No.
Yeah, you did that one to yourself.
This is so frustrating. All right. Well, tonight we've got one topic because we finally have made our way to the trial of Sarah Boone. I cannot believe we have made it there. We are there. It has commenced.
And folks, if you blink, you're going to miss this one.
Isn't it amazing to watch a well-orchestrated trial? Oh, it is.
The thing is, it's not even that it's well-orchestrated. It's just that it's a boxing match between like one guy, like just an ordinary guy, and a guy with no arms.
Yeah.
Because that's really what we're looking at here. Or like the second guy's in a straitjacket. It's because
both arms tied behind their back.
Yeah, defense has one argument, which is the battered spouse syndrome, and they're not allowed to make it yet because they have to get it in through evidence, which is why we're just seeing the defense go with every witness like, isn't it true you have a face? And they're like, yes, I do. And it's like, okay, no more questions, but reserve them to recall them later.
We'll get to it because they have selected a witness and they said, you have a particular piece of information. I'm going to get that piece of information out of you. That is it. And I'm going to move on to the next witness and get that information that I need out of them. It is like the anti-lolly.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't heard anything about high tops or snowing. It's just like, okay, yeah, you're the 911 operator. Is this the 911 call? Yeah, cool. We're done with you.
I'm done with this guy. You still haven't seen? No, yes, you have. Have you seen My Cousin Vinny?
Oh, of course I have.
Of course you have. Who? No, it was Legally Blonde you hadn't seen. Why am I even saying that? Anyways, as we get rolling, why don't you guys let us know where you're tuning in from? What are you doing? How's your week? What's going on? Love seeing you guys roll in. We give a little bit of time for people to make their way into the show because, I don't usually start immediately on time, as is kind of the case right now. And I did put a stream out today, or not a stream, a poll. And we can't sway the chat on how they're supposed to vote in the poll. But do you carve your pumpkins or do you paint your pumpkins?
Personally, I carve them.
See, this was a debate had today by 2 5-year-olds on a field trip about whether the proper pumpkin was carved or painted. So I'm now asking the adults. I think there's some adults in the chat which one is appropriate.
I am not an adult in the chat, but I have a strong opinion on that one.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I may do a pumpkin carving stream. But like
competition,
I get in depth about it. Like I break out. I've been known to use the Dremel. So
that's messy though. It's messy. Pinot Grigio in Pennsylvania, Jacksonville, Wyoming, Pennsylvania, Minnesota. That's Minnesota, right? Yes. No. Maine, Minnesota. I always forget which one is Maine or which one's Minnesota. Australia in the chat. People are quoting. My cousin Vinny. My brain is still resetting. Salem, Oregon. People are saying always carved. Please don't say word. Do not say that we are not adults. Not say you're not adults. I said some of you aren't adults. Yeah, some of you just openly admit that they're 5-year-olds. Kind of act like one. I like acting like one. Kansas City. So my week was pleasantly boring. I got no court this week. 0 court this week. I loved it. I had to do actual work. It was rather
See, I like court. Court's fun.
Yeah, but here's the problem. When you're in court, there's all of these other things that are still going on. So like you'll be in a full trial, like a 2-3 day trial, you'll be in trial. And at the end of each day, you look at your email inbox and the number scares you. And
oh yeah, it's like, 200 emails. It's like, oh, fuck.
Yep, you got tons of stuff you got to do at the end of the day. And then you've all of a sudden, you finish your trial, you get back to your office, and then you're on the phone for the rest of the day and you're typing stuff for the rest of the day, for the rest of like the week. So I like weeks when I can get caught up on some of the stuff that I need to do. And it just makes life a lot better. A whole lot better than last week when I was putting out fires all week long. So, our new associate who just passed the bar got sworn in today to the local circuit court where we are. So Judge Ascarati.
Judge A did it.
Yeah. So before they do this whole statewide swearing in ceremony, right? But that's not till December 4th.
I was going to say, do they do the cattle call where you are, or do they do individual ceremonies?
The cattle call. They basically have the whole room, and the Supreme Court, Chief Justice of the Virginia State Supreme Court is there to read administer the oath, and everyone takes the oath, and there's no really private time or anything like that, but it's all done with everyone that passed the bar in that period. So
that sucks.
But it's not till December 4th. And here's the thing. We have a very active litigation practice, which means that when I've got a law clerk who all of a sudden is now a barred attorney,
you're like, I need you on the floor today.
Immediately, yesterday. So go. But you go to each individual jurisdiction, and the chief judge of that circuit can swear you in, and you can practice in front of that court until you do your massive swearing in.
That is awesome.
Yeah, Judge A swore in Nathaniel today. Got a cute little picture of him too. These are little baby lawyers. I don't mean to say that disparagingly. I'd say it with massive affection.
So I have, when I have spare time, which is almost never, but I've started like looking at US bar study materials, because I have the notion that I could go and snipe my way in through one of the places that lets you just write the bar exam as a foreign lawyer, which there are a number of states that let you do that. And then once you have one, you can use that to start spidering out to others. If there's a jurisdiction you want, you can start somewhere and then get there by being like, well, I'm a US lawyer in, wherever. But now I'm just like, I should pick up the pace on this, because eventually Judge A is going to retire. But it would be really awesome to be like, okay, let's get to Virginia and just be like, all right, let's see if I can get sworn in front of Judge A.
That would be really fun. See if Judge Ascarati allowed my other law partner who went with Nathaniel today to take a photo of the ceremony, and we were allowed. I have already been cleared by Judge A that we're allowed to publish this.
Oh, good.
Yeah. The last thing I need in my life is to get yelled at rather emphatically for doing something I shouldn't do. But let's see. Here we go. So here is the lovely intimate swearing in ceremony. The gentleman up front, the gentleman closest to you is our newest associate attorney, Nathaniel. Getting sworn in. Judge Ascarati just chilling before she has to put her robes on, reading the swearing in. But that's a whole lot more intimate, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, that's so cool. You remember that courtroom, and you can see the light coming in from the top. It blinds you. Those shades are brutal. Yeah. So that occurred 8:30 this morning.
I really like that she's got like some kind of funky shoes on.
Oh yeah, I dig it. I totally love it. So and then she'll throw the robe on and begin the terrible practice of Friday motions days when you're just hearing disputes all day long. So that's Judge Ascarati swearing in Nathaniel. So congrats to him. And may there be mercy taken upon him, because I'm going to put that young man to work.
The thing is so long as you're not like overworking him, but you're just like putting him and throwing him in with some real stuff to do.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, I'm sure you are probably like a great choice for a young lawyer to be working under, because I'm guessing you're going to send him off to do some motions, do some things where the consequences aren't super awful.
Yeah, like for example, like we have term day where all you're doing is setting trial dates. So
yeah,
try to do that, and then we'll just have him set a trial date. It's like, yes, perfect. No, I love mentoring. I know you do too.
That's like articling. First thing you end up doing is just like, okay, you're going to go into docket court and you're going to do some things that you absolutely cannot screw up. Except that my boss is also the guy I articled for also was of the view of like, we're going to send you to do some stuff that you can't screw up because it's just a no-winner. So I think I was like a week in when I got sent to run 2 bail reviews. So guy's in jail, he's been denied bail, and we're trying to do a review. And
no chance.
They were both so I came back to the office and I was like, I feel kind of crap because I only won one of those bail reviews. And he's like, you were supposed to lose both of those bail reviews. How the hell did you win one of those bail reviews? I'm like, I argued the hell out of it. And there was another lawyer there who had been observing, and she hadn't said shit about that I'd done a good job. And she's like, yeah, no, he really he did a good job. And I was like, oh, I didn't realize I was being sent off to do suicide hearings. I thought I was being sent off to do stuff that I was supposed to win. So
yeah, and Elfligans is correctly recalling that didn't my first boss tell me that I was going to a first return date, and it ended up being the trial on a simple assault? That's correct. That's correct. I'm not doing that to my new associate. Nope.
Yeah, no, that's effed up.
Intro to we're gonna do the right teaching stuff. I love being a mentor. Being a mentor is a lot of fun, and because you get to teach them what you believe is the right way of practicing law, not the overly litigious way, the way that you can not burn bridges. I hate to say the word the old guard, but the old guard of trial attorneys that would never agree to anything, or they would hold stuff very personally when you couldn't agree to something or stipulate to something. So I'm very, very eager to get him some in-court experience, and we have some more associates in the other offices that are going to be getting more experience as well. So a lot going on, a whole lot going on. And did you notice that today there were some other people being mentored in the Sarah Boone courtroom?
I noticed that they had not so much. I mean, there were students there observing, but there were students from like moot court. I thought that was cool. So yeah.
So let's get caught up on some super chats. We'll get into the opening statements. Pam Reed, thanks for becoming a member. Much appreciated. Ohio Palm Mom, thanks for becoming a member. Elf Fliggins, my 2.5-year-long cases ended today with a good result. That's more remarkable news. I will find the ability to speak at some point in time this stream. That is remarkable news. Congratulations. Scooby-Doo, hey, Law Nerds, I love you all. Love you all too. Thank you very much. Mini FS, love the channel. Been here since DepV Heard and OG. You are an OG, Mindy. Absolutely an OG. Member for 22 months, almost 2 years. Can't even believe we've been doing this for 22 years. Henhouse Bath Company, recovering from one last surgery to stay cancer-free. Please stay that way. 10 months cancer-free. Thanks for all the support this year. Congratulations, Henhouse Bath Company. Get through that last surgery. Ring the bell. Jade, thanks for being a member. Hey, from East Coast, UK. Love watching you both. Love having you here. Sandy gifting 20 memberships. Thank you very much, Sandy. You don't have to do that ever. Crazy Cat Queen, thank you. I'm having rice cheese with chili for dinner. Why is chili listed, you ask? Because my husband ate half my chili after he finished his dinner.
I'm going to tisk at the husband on that one.
Yeah. Thou shalt not touch the chili. That's shameful. Baby Steps, thank you for gifting memberships. Fiona W, thank you for gifting memberships. Martha Ivy. Oh, great idea for a live pumpkin carving. I think it'd be fun. Plus,
The one
Ian
thing
and I probably have very sharp tools.
I often use a Dremel. And the problem with using a Dremel for pumpkin carving is that it will probably not be ideal for video, because it does tend to have a blast radius.
Yeah, that's fair. DSN, thank you for gifting a membership. Crazy Cat Queen. Rob and Ian, my husband wanted me to say hello. Hello.
Hello.
Crazy Cat Queen.
You owe Crazy Cat Queen a chili.
Yeah. Especially if it's homemade, and that would, like, homemade with love in a crock pot. It took a long time. That can be frustrating. So Chelsea, thank you for gifting memberships. Laura Christine, thank you for gifting memberships. Kayla, thanks for becoming a member. Baby Steps, thank you for being here. I love working with student nurses and mentoring new RNs. It's fun. It can be stressful sometimes, but it is very fun. E. Warner, getting the car. Elizabeth, can't believe that it's been 2 years. You hit your 24 months. Thank you for being a member. Much appreciated. That's awesome. Let's see. Just because happy Friday, that's falling on a payday. See, those are the best Fridays. Absolutely the best Fridays. Oh, I also did another thing. So when I moved to this new residence, I think I've shared this with you. All of my tools were in a pod. All the big tools were in a pod. Well, I knew, ADHD brain, that there was going to be no chance that that pod was ever going to leave the driveway unless I just scheduled the date for it to leave, which would then force me to get all of my stuff out of the pod.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
That was yesterday. So I scheduled it to be picked up today. Got all of the rest of my tools, which was the table saw, which they busted one of the feet on it. So I'm kind of pissed about that. But all of the tools are now in the shop.
Now, is the shop navigable?
Here, I'll show you. We're going to go with quasi navigable.
I mean, it's better than my shop.
Really?
My shop is a mess.
That's part of it. Oh, I was very proud of myself.
What were the things in the tubes?
Hang on. Where? This?
Yeah.
That's a Bora centipede. That thing expands out and it basically creates a tabletop like that holds a full sheet of 4x8 plywood.
Oh, that is cool.
Yeah. So I needed some space. So I put the planer and the jointer underneath a platform that I rigged to the wall and suspended from that hook for the CNC so that I've got clearance underneath to move stuff. Router table.
So you can just bring them out whenever you need them.
Yep. So these
I see
slabs
the
are,
price tag on that live
oh
edge
yeah,
slab there.
yeah, they don't mess around. So that was clearly coming with me. I've had that thing for like 2 years. Haven't known what to do with it. That's the price tag for that one. It's book matched to the one behind it. But
I thought leather was expensive.
it's ridiculous. So the problem is they couldn't stand it up straight. It's too tall. If I leaned it against the wall, the feet of all of this equipment is the furthest thing out because the base is the widest part of the tool, right? So I needed to get it somehow off the ground. Problem is, each one of these things is like 250 pounds. So I had to find a bracket that could hold it. So I went and got 2 brackets that are designed to hold mantles, like giant heavy mantles.
Yeah.
Installed that, and then to make sure it didn't come off the wall and hit me or
Yeah,
fall on
the
somebody,
chain there.
there's that chain over the top.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's that. Miter station's in. The air moving system's in. This thing, the assembly table, that's a torsion box. You see all those lines on it? So that's a torsion. Yep. That's a torsion box. So that thing is, want to say, call it 500 pounds. So it's dead flat and took me about 3 weeks to make. So when I had the option of bringing it with me or disposing of it, it came with me. The problem is, where do you put something like that? So I had to put it against the wall. There's a pulley system that helps lever that thing up against the wall. And then you see, I actually see the gate lock there by the vacuum to lock it in place so it doesn't fall off of the wall.
You had to do some improvising and jerry rigging.
Well, that's also just because they're children. And yep. So one shop vac hooked up to dust separator. There's the lathe, sander, miter station. I know one part's going to make you there's the full on look at it. It's nice and bright. So it's not a lot of space right now. Stuff will get put on walls, but this part's going to make you jealous. All of that small part storage.
I really like, one of my goals is eventually knock down my garage and build a new one and put up a ton of that sort of small part storage, and also like a if I had, if I won the lottery, I'd put up like one of those Milwaukee walls with the problem is that stuff is stupid expensive.
So expensive. There's my safety sign. Remember that one? Sparkle. Stop moving. There. Safety first.
With the glasses.
Yep. So the air handler was fun getting up there. It was even more fun realizing that even though that thing is spaced 32 inches apart, so in theory it should hit 16 inch on center joists.
Yeah, they never do.
The joists in the ceiling are not 16 on center. And we discovered that when I had my arms up in the air holding that against the ceiling with with one bolt already in. So my shoulders hurt quite a bit. But yeah, so that's the shop. Made me happy to put all that stuff in there. Glad to finally be able to share that with you guys. People are asking where the jury is. The jury's there. It's hanging out. Not fully assembled, but we're still working. So that has been the week. That has been some of the craziness, and that has been some of the delay in me getting up and running back full steam again, is trying to get this house put together. So just because, thank you for gifting some memberships. Much appreciated. Rachel Dueck, it's been a wild 18 months. 18 months for Rachel. Congratulations. Thank you for the 18 months of being here as a member. Gina D, can't wait to hear your thoughts. Rob and Ian. Well, I've got some when it comes to opening statements. It was weird.
I mean, the opening statements I thought were pretty milquetoast.
Why? Yeah.
It was just both of them are like, we have to do an opening statement, so let's do one and then we can move on.
There's one part of it that I thought was good, but
the end.
No, because the end was boring. It was.
But the end.
It was. Yeah. Getting into it now. Some of the debate before we begin opening statements was interesting because, we'll get into that. Holly's Hobbies shop stream soon. Hopefully, you see the mess. So I've got to get something set up where I can get a camera in there. Canonically Heat have the cold from Hades. So thanks for the distraction. My gosh, I hope you heal up, get better, get some rest. Crazy Cat Queen. Good wood can be hard to find. I see what you did there. And that's, remember what I said?
That was a statement.
Remember what I said about the children in the chat?
That statement requires me to go get a beer. I'll be right back.
You do that because, yeah. While it can be true. Canonical Heat, thank you for gifting memberships. Very much appreciated. Mispronounced name. I got a jury notice last week. Care to speculate wildly what the case will be? Ian went for bank robbery on Monday. I am going to imagine that it will be. You know what? I'm going to torture you. I think it's going to be a contract dispute. Oh, it would be terrible. Sometimes those do go to juries. I don't know why you would ever do that, but just if it's a contract dispute, just pray you get out of it. Canonical Heat, thank you very much. Do all the things and send love to the fabulous mods. They deserve all the love. The mods absolutely deserve all the love. They do a ton of work behind the scenes, and they are remarkable at what they do. So thank you, mods. Thank you, Canonical Heat. And yes, as a reminder, please hit the little like button and say hi in the chat. Hit the like button. And if you like the content, subscribe to it, please. Much appreciated. Lucy Fair, 1 year ago, sent my first chat ever during Maya. Thank you for helping me sit through some rough times. Still here and still thankful to both of you. Thank you very much, Lucy. I'm glad that you're still sticking around and glad that you're still learning and participating in the chat. And thanks for taking that chance. Morgan, 1 year, 11 months, 19 days, almost 2 years. That's awesome. Thank you. Becca has thoughts. Yay for getting to catch FNF while you're live. Thank you, Becca. Liz Salerno, thanks for becoming a member. Cal Marie, thank God it's Friday and happy FNF. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Tammy E, breast cancer survivor of 28 years. Keep ringing the bell and congratulations. Megan, aka Meg, is autistic. Hi from Australia, about to eat lunch. Meg, if you really are, well, I'm imagining by your screen name that you are autistic, you, as an Australian, will be happy to know that there was an Aussie. Did you see that?
You're AU autistic?
No, I didn't mean that. No, Aussie. There was an Aussie.
I just like the AU for Australia combining.
Yeah.
So also my beer kind of went hilariously awry because last night I took it out so that I would have like a so that I could have like a soak in the tub and a beer. And then I forgot that I had the beer, so it was sitting by the tub unopened. So that's not a cold beer anymore. So now I've got a gin and tonic.
That's a very, very, very appropriate way of handling it. So Stephen Alderson won a tournament. So let me see here. I wonder if I can't find his interview because I was debating bringing it up. Here, I'll just pull up the article. Really cool story. So this is just this little sidetracking cool story. And Rachel, I see your chat. Give me 1 second, and I'll get to that because it's remarkably generous of you to send that. But this one was on topic, and I wanted to share it because it's pretty neat. All right, so Stephen Alderson accomplished golfer who's stockpiling victories on his resume. Less than a month ago, the 44-year-old captured the South Australian All Abilities Championship, winning by a full 3 strokes. In 2023, he captured the WebEx Players Series South Australia, and back in 2020 as a winner of South Australian Mid-Amateur Men's Championship. But on Tuesday, his victory at Rio Club de Golf Soto Grande came with an even greater significance. The Australian's 9-shot victory at the G4D Tour at Estrella Damm and Lucia Masters marked the first time in the tour's history that an autistic player claimed the crown.
See, whenever I see those, I always just go bullshit. Because it might be the first time that it's like somebody who's got like a public diagnosis of it, but there's no way it's the first time it's an autistic player winning the crown. Like, just no way. I saw one a while back that was even more ridiculous because they said that they were the first autistic lawyer to be called to the bar in Canada. And I was like,
oh, there's no chance.
Not even fucking close. Like, sorry.
I mean, it's still a remarkable accomplishment.
It is still awesome, but I'm always like, yeah. I think it's just that most of us aren't getting properly diagnosed, I think, is the problem.
That's probably true. So he gets the opportunity to give a speech, which I don't know how that has to be a struggle in itself, a difficulty to overcome. I'm so proud, he said, just growing up as a kid and being bullied all the time at school and even bullied at other golf clubs. It just means the world. I'm on top of the world. It's just amazing. So it's really cool to see that. The speech is remarkable. Go look it up. I'm not going to play it because I think I'll get copyright hit for it. But it's definitely worth a watch. Absolutely. So just thought I'd share that briefly. Megan. Rachel Dueck, thank you very much for the very, very, very generous super chat. I'm celebrating starting to put myself first. I recently went casual at work and was told, quote, "You probably are," end quote, after the practical part of an autism assessment. So apparently I'm double neurospicy, AUDHD. Good thing I have 8 weeks of holiday left from being full-time. Rachel, I'm glad that you're putting yourself first. That's really cool that you're doing that, and thank you for sharing, and thank you for the very generous support that you've given the channel throughout the life of the channel. As O1, looking forward to your thoughts on Sarah Boone. Happy Friday indeed. Baby Steps member for 16 months, but been subscribed from the beginning. I'm happy for all the positive changes for you in that time. Thank you, mods, for all you do. Thank you, Baby Steps. Very kind of you. Matt Bond, my friend, it's been a minute. Glad to see you here. Well, hello, Spiffy, Legal, Mumbo, Jumbo, Talkie Brothers from other mothers. How I've missed thee. Matt, how we have missed you as well. It has been too long. I do believe we're all caught up. So, shall we work our way into some of this argument on what we're allowed to address during this opening statement? Let's see. And I think Tampa got the whole thing. Yeah. Bear with me, folks. All right, we're gonna hope for no spinning wheel. Oh, we got to swoop. Everyone's yelling me to swoop. Swoop. Swoop, swoop, swoop. Yay, swoop. So let's see. Our exhibits and opening statements. Yeah, here we are. I don't know if I want to do I want to do Tampa local or do I want to do Core TV? I think I want to do Core TV. Give me 1 sec. But Core TV didn't have closed captioning. Hang on.
They sometimes do later.
Let me double check something. Mm-hmm. Let's see if Core TV's closed captioning is up yet.
Sometimes it just takes a while for the AI to do it.
Well, yeah, with an 8+ hour live stream, it can be pretty intense. Oh, it's up. Awesome. Let's do
That's
that.
what she said. Rob is just like, I regret everything.
So much. Now, I do have to give a disclosure on some of the audio. The audio at the beginning of the day was awful.
Oh, it starts off with like, here's a guy making opening statements as seen from a distance with no audio at all.
Yeah, it was really pretty rough. Wait, hang on, try something. We can do things now. Let's see. I think I can do this. Look, we're circles. Now we're squares. Now we're rectangles. I like the rectangles. Okay, I think this is where you get. Nope, that's 4.
I also love how they have like the backdrop from the jury's perspective to the lawyer is this like giant cardboard box that's just kind of askew on this like this giant box, and that's the background for the jury.
Yeah, seriously. So here's the thing:
like,
the
move your
defense
garbage out of the view of the jury.
Well, we do get to see it at the end of the day, so I'm not going to complain about it too much. So we have a debate. We have a big debate over what can be used during opening statements. And here's the thing: the defense came in with massive printouts. Let's get.
Of age to be used in opening statements. In the Al-Khagir case, which is the 2021 case, trial court acted within its discretion in permitting state's use of a map as a demonstrative aid during the guilt phase rebuttal closing argument in a capital murder trial, where evidence visually demonstrated on the map was not without support in the record. That was actually an exhibit that was in the record. The 2018 case, Supreme Court of Florida, again, the trial court acted within its discretion in allowing a demonstrative exhibit. In that case, it was a murder prosecution. Trial court acted within its discretion in allowing the state to use a mannequin and a demonstrative aid in order to show the position of the gun in relation to the victim's body. The mannequin was used to set out the circumstances of the crime and to attempt to establish aggravation. The mannequin was used to demonstrate the location of the gunshot wounds, the angle of the impact against the skin, the incapacitating nature of each gunshot wound. Advising of the trajectories were anatomical, not spatial, and had a small degree of error, where only was slight difference between the victim's size and the mannequin's dimensions. There was nothing to suggest the mannequin was altered to resemble the victim.
Let me give you a clarification of what the photos are that he's wanting to introduce. Now, pretrial rulings in this one, and I have Jules's comment pulled up here because she was in the courtroom today. The family was in the courtroom during those pictures. When they saw the pictures, they left. So what are the photos? So in the pretrial stage, motions that were heard this week, there was a discussion over at what stage in the proceedings the defense would have the opportunity to raise anything alluding to self-defense, battered spouse syndrome. And it's not going to be until there is sufficient evidence in the record that the defendant could have been responding in a defensive action.
Which I don't even know if they're ever going to get there.
I don't know that they will.
Because we've heard what the supposed overt act was. And I can tell you, if I was the judge, I'd be like, that ain't doing it for me. Sorry.
No,
you know,
catching the chat up on this, the overt act is that we're anticipating. Again, this is what we're anticipating.
Through the God, that sounds bad.
If you're believing, I mean, Sarah Boone's narrative is, well, the narrative that we expect is that when she saw the 2 fingers come out of the suitcase, it gave her an indication that, oh no, he can now get out, and he's going to get out and he's going to hurt me. Now, the problem with that in the timeline
is that,
she did things when he was in the suitcase that might have provoked something in response. So we don't know if we're ever going to get to this battered spouse defense. The judge hasn't closed the door on it. The judge is also kind of saying we're going to have to see what the evidence is going to bring out. So if you don't get to a battered spouse defense, then you can't bring up any history of violence by the victim in the case. You can't bring up George's past conduct. You can't bring up her apprehension or fear of him. You can't bring up any injuries that she sustained at his hands. You can't bring up any of the domestic incidents between the two of them. You can't get into it because it's not relevant.
And
Because, yeah,
for the folks who were watching this, every time you saw the defense say, because you saw the defense over and over and over again saying, we need this witness, we need to be able to recall them, which means that all of those witnesses are stuck, under subpoena. They're still stuck with all the rules about, like, you can't talk to each other, you can't any of this. But it's because they're hoping to bring them back in order to, like, once they can cross-examine on self-defense, which I don't think they're going to get to. I see Stephen Gosney's in the chat saying the threatening finger thing is just a play by the defense, so that he will get us the self-defense jury instruction. I don't think he's going to get the jury instruction.
it's not.
I don't.
Steve, it's not even the jury instruction. It's the evidence.
It's the cross-examination.
Yeah,
But I don't think he's going to get to it. I don't think that they're going to. I don't think they're going to let the defense ask any of these questions, and it's just going to be like, okay, end of trial, I guess.
Well, and that brings me back to this point here. Here, the images here, what you see on the billboard, this tripod here, those are pictures of Sarah Boone that she has taken of herself, or other people have taken of her, after George had beaten her in the past. So these are pictures that are purported to be injuries inflicted on her by George, past injuries. The idea that you would ever allow a jury to see this on day one, before the foundation has been laid for any self-defense claim or for any battered spouse claim, because let me tell you what bell you can't unring: the jury seeing a beaten up Sarah Boone. And it is remarkably misleading to the jury to kind of put this in front of the jury and say, look at this. I mean, not misleading, remarkably improper to say, look at this injury inflicted by George on Sarah, if the self-defense claim, battered spouse claim, isn't even there in the end. I mean, you've just completely tainted the jury pool. So, I mean, I guess if you're going to swing for the fence, this just didn't have a chance. He's trying really hard.
It's not just the jury instruction, though, Steve. It's they've got to also get the evidence out that they want, right? So it's not just the jury instruction. It's they also want to be able to ask about, like, all the times he hit her. It's all of that. They're trying to find something to ground it. But that's, I mean, the thing is this is why we're seeing these insanely short crosses, is because the defense is just like, I got a cross later when I actually can ask these questions, and that's not now. So,
oh, I get it. No, Steve, I completely understand. They're trying to push for the instruction.
Yeah.
But they also are trying to push to get as much information in front of the jury that, regardless of the instruction, might essentially ask the jury for jury nullification, even though you don't, they
may be fishing for it for sure.
So I just, at opening statements, before you get any of the foundation stuff in, there's no way this picture's coming in. No chance.
That said, she is such a bad candidate for jury nullification, because at the end of the day, it's like, she's not going to be, for jury nullification, you need a seriously sympathetic accused, and she's not sympathetic. she comes off the opposite of sympathetic. So yeah,
Yeah. So here's. Oh wait, was
I feel like more people
Gosney-
think that they're a good candidate for jury nullification than actually are.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing. So and the judge got this. So let's go ahead and listen to the argument over this. This
No,
one
I
loses.
know that Steve, I know the finger wagging thing isn't a jury argument. The finger wagging thing is to get the judge to let them ask all the other questions that they want to ask, right? And the problem is that the judge isn't going to, I don't think this judge is going to say, oh, you know, she had two fingers out. That's enough to start going down the whole battered spouse syndrome. I don't think I don't think they're going to get there. I don't think they're going to get their jury instructions. I don't think they're going to get their questions. I think that they're just going to end up with the end of the trial being like, shit, we don't have actually a defense. Sorry.
It's the timeline thing too, Steve, because I don't know if you know the timeline, how the timeline changed. We now learned in this week leading up to this trial that after George gets in the suitcase, that before any fingers pop out, before there's any risk of any fear, before there's anything that he's done other than get in the suitcase himself, she hits the suitcase with a baseball bat a couple times and flips it over. So that's before you get any act by the defendant, which might trigger some self-defense or some defensive response. So if that's how this plays out, I don't know that you're getting too far. But let's see. So they have the argument over this. Then they try to they want to get the jury instruction in. Well, rather, he wants to have a big billboard of the jury instruction for reasonable doubt. Here's the problem. The big billboard that he wants to use for the jury instruction of reasonable doubt, they want to show the jury.
Wasn't that the wrong instruction?
This is the instruction of reasonable doubt. The judge is going to instruct you on what reasonable doubt is. Here's what it is. He prints the wrong instruction.
Yeah.
Prints the outdated one. It wasn't the proper
one. And the funny
one.
thing is that, like, going to the printer and getting one of those poster boards printed,
oh my gosh,
they're like $75. They're not cheap. So I just like the idea that, you know, he went and spent $75 on this and it's the wrong freaking instruction. Like,
well, and then he goes, well, I'd like to use it. I'd still like to use it if I get the right instruction printed. Dude, are you telling me that you're going to send someone from this courtroom sprinting to go find the
oh,
proper
absolutely he
instruction?
would. He absolutely would.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
I have
again, court's
these
discretion.
lawyers spit up to 1.5.
As you know, we're claiming self-defense, and as part of that instruction, we're entitled to allege prior instances of difficulties and prior acts of violence so that the defendant who asserts self-defense, their state of mind is different from normal. Take the two instructions and read. Find that Sarah Boone, because of prior threats or difficulties in George.
All right, this is gonna drive me nuts. I do have it downloaded just in case. So I might have to pull that out. The only problem is when I have it downloaded, I don't have it boosted. So give me 1 second. I'll have to do that in the background. Or waiting on this.
Blow them up, use them as much as you want. But in this particular case, with the rulings that the court has already made about this, based on the state's motion in limine, it is very dangerous to allow them to do this when we are not expecting
Motion in
to be
lemon.
admitted into evidence based on the current state of the defendant's testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rollins, if you could address Exhibit B, it was pre-marked as B.
But Judge, you've already ruled that these things come in and open. Remember that part?
No, what I ruled is that you were able to discuss them, address them in opening. Photographs are a totally different kitty.
I said nothing about battered spouse syndrome. I said self-defense. These exhibits come in under self-defense. And arguing these, I've said nothing about battered spouse. I'm talking about self-defense.
I understand.
Prior difficulties, prior acts of violence is a standard instruction.
But the overt act requirement remains. I mean, we've reviewed Holland and read it multiple times.
In good faith, with discussions with my client, we believe there's going to be evidence of an overt act. that she was facing an imminent threat, and she reacted based on that threat.
Understood. Your response to Exhibit B.
Now,
Yeah, here's the problem.
general.
I love that you and I both jumped in. Go.
Go ahead. I think I'm probably saying something different than you.
You say your point, then I'll say mine.
A lot of people I've seen online have been saying that this guy's a crap lawyer. And the thing is it's really hard to tell because he's basically taken on like the job of being a pilot after the plane has already been hit by a missile and the wings have fallen off and the plane is on fire. And like nobody looks like a good pilot in that moment because the plane is going to hit the mountain, right? It's a foregone conclusion. And so if you're like, oh, that guy sucks, like he barely moved the plane off the mountain at all, you're like, okay, but it was gonna like it's gonna hit the mountain no matter what. He's doing his best to try to like steer this off the mountain, but it's gonna hit the mountain. And you know, this guy could be like ordained by Jesus to be like the world's like, you know, some sacred lawyer. Like, I don't think Jesus does that, but if Jesus actually ever was in the same room as a lawyer, and I don't know that that's true, that's an indictment of our profession. Like the guy, yeah, I earlier described this as like a boxing match where like one side is in a straitjacket.
Arms.
You could be Mike Tyson in a straitjacket and you're still going to lose to like random dude off the street because you're in a straitjacket. What else are you going to do? So
it's the Black Knight in Monty Python's Search for the Holy Grail.
Yeah.
No arms.
So, I mean,
no legs.
He's given it his best, but there's no way to tell if he's actually a good lawyer from watching this because
it's a shit show.
It's a shit show. And I mean, I will give him some tremendous credit for seeing that Sarah Boone was sitting there. My brain was trying to switch into Sandra Birchmore, but Sarah Boone was sitting there with nobody in her corner. Mm-hmm. And he's like, fine, I'll go in. I'll be like the 20th lawyer on this file. And, you know, I'll help her out. I give him tremendous credit for that. So, but that said, having the wrong jury instruction is embarrassing as fuck.
That was embarrassing as hell. But he's so what I was going to say is, did you notice where he pauses there or what he says? I am very confident that when Sarah Boone takes the stand, what she is going to say is going to be the overt act that we're going to need. You know what he didn't do? You know what he hasn't really done except for on one occasion, and it was based on what he had known was previously said in a sworn statement by her before. He didn't say what it was. He hasn't proffered because I don't think he knows what she's going to say. I don't think he anticipates what she's going to say, or he has an understanding that what she's going to say might be false, and he can't knowingly make a misrepresentation of the court. He's just trying to, it's like sitting there with just trying to bluff the judge. Like, judge, I promise you, when she takes the stand, she's going to give you the information that you need that allows all of this to be admissible. And while I want you to trust me so bad, please trust me, judge, so much that Sarah Boone's going to give you that door opening statement. Trust me that she's going to do this to let me show this picture in opening statements.
Thing is, Sarah Boone can also, like, he puts her up there and, like, let's say he has to do narrative testimony because he doesn't know that she's going to be honest. And let's say she tells a completely different story that is, like, wildly disproven by the video, right? He was coming at me with a knife. I hit him with the bat, and then I folded him up and put him in the suitcase, right? And it's like, that's not what happens in the video. That's not what you've ever said before. The thing is that's at least some evidence, because the jury can choose to disbelieve their lying eyeballs about the video and to believe Sarah Boone. It would be crazy, but it might be enough to actually put battered spouse syndrome on the table so that then they can, like, show the jury these pictures and whatever else. It's a stupid strategy. It's a crazy strategy, but they're not in a place where they've got reasonable options. They're not in a place where they've
No.
got good options. And so I'm just like, maybe the hope is just that she's going to get up there and say something that is not just the 2 fingers.
I don't think it's the hope. I think everyone knows. Everyone knows. This right now, Owens is doing the trust me, bro. Owens is looking at Judge Cranick and going, trust me, bro. You're going to have this door opening testimony by Ms. Boone. Do I know what it is? Nope. Am I expecting it's going to be something that's different than what she said in the past? Yep.
And I mean, the thing is you can have clients testify to things that are different than what they've said in the past.
Well, that's fine.
As an example, I had a client who testified or who told the police in a very lengthy statement that he was just hanging out, waiting for his girlfriend near the site of this break and enter. And the police theory was that he was the lookout as part of this break and enter. At trial, his story was a little bit different. His story was, I didn't know there was a break and enter going on because I was dealing drugs on that street corner.
Ooh.
And the thing is the judge acquitted.
That's believable.
Because the guy was found with drugs. And the guy was found, he was found with the level of drugs that's not quite obviously trafficking, but could be.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is I had no problem, I didn't have to do narrative testimony on that because his new story was I'm like, no, I believe your new story, right? Because it is, and it isn't just I believe, it's like, this isn't lying here. It's just that, and the thing is the judge could have said, I think his new story is too convenient. It's bullshit. I don't believe it. Because this was a judge alone trial, because most trials in Canada are. But the thing is there was a good reason why he wouldn't have told the cops at the time I was dealing drugs.
Yep.
Right? It was super plausible. Boone is going to have a big problem with that because the story she tells the cops is we were just having funsies time. I think she's got some issues. I think
I'm with you. I understand. I think it's going to be interesting though. So let me do this. I missed a really very generous.
Sorry, I'll let you get to the generous super chat in just a second. Normally, like this, you'd expect the story to sort of crystallize at the moment of hiring a lawyer, but her story keeps changing even after she's got one, and that's even weirder.
Yeah. You mean like now that she came back in and said I might have been drunk when I gave my statement?
Yeah.
The first time?
Yeah, it is bizarre.
The reason why this trial is going to be interesting is it's watching a train wreck in the slowest of motions. It's like you see that the track is completely dismantled about a half mile down the way. And what you're watching is chaos on this train as it's barreling towards this completely disconnected part of track. And you're watching the chaos and you can't look away. Everyone knows the train's going to hit this disconnected piece of track and it's going to derail. But everyone that's on the train is working as hard as they can to somehow prevent the inevitable.
Also just kind of, one thing that I kind of feel bad about is that I feel like a lot of this is just people dunking on Sarah Boone. And it's like, I don't know. I don't like that all that much because I get the sense that she might be, an alcoholic. She might have some mental health issues and so forth. And I'm just like, it doesn't thrill me on that one, but it is what it is, right? So I'm just like, we'll see. I'm just glad this trial's probably going to be over quickly.
Yeah, and I'm glad it's being run pretty smoothly. Very generous super chat from Orca 8995. Thank you very, very much. That's very kind of you. Robin Runkle, I've been really busy and have not tuned in since the Maya trial. Happy to be back in the chat. Love your insights on Boone. I'm glad to have you. I'm glad to have all of you. Honestly, it's been a while since we've been able to cover an actual trial that we've gotten to see. So that has gotten me really excited. Jules, I did see your question. I've got it. I'll bring it up when we get to that part of the testimony today. So we'll skip to the punchline here. The judge doesn't allow the photos. You got to lay the predicate before you get the photos. So you're not going to be able to show it in opening statements. The judge basically says no demonstratives, and the state's willing to concede that. The state's not going to show anything. Defense doesn't get to show anything. They just give their opening statements. Does this put a wrinkle into their openings such that I think that the openings were not as clean as they, or not as illustrative or emotional as you would have seen? Maybe. I don't know. The poor trial advocacy students didn't get to see the best in terms of an opening statement. But let's get to a little bit of the states. They're relatively quick, I will say. Not a whole lot.
I didn't hate them, partially because they were quick. Like they got what they needed to do, and then they got out.
Okay, here we go.
Honesty, I appreciate that. Something we talked about earlier this week. That's the one thing that we were required and asked of you, is just be open and honest. And I appreciate both y'all's open and honesty. During the ride in the elevator, was there anything that you saw or observed that would impacted you or influenced you in any way to have any impact on you? Juror number 3, left to right, first row. Juror number 4, left to right, first row. Okay, thank you. All right, with that, members of the jury, we're going to proceed with opening statements this morning. Both the state and the defense will have the opportunity to present them. I ask that you listen closely to those statements that they're going to provide. But remember, these are not evidence. This is just the party's belief as to what the facts and the evidence.
I have it. I'm downloading it. I'm going to put it up as a separate video in a second. I just want to get through a little bit of the opening because it's being downloaded separately, and I'll pull it up in a different window. I have never figured out why. I actually think it's my graphics card.
Show in this case. After the conclusion of the opening statements, we'll begin with the state's case in chief through witnesses. With that, Mr. Jay, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence in this case is going to show you is that this defendant zipped Jorge Torres shot in a suitcase. He was able to do this because at the time of his death, he only weighed 103 pounds. And she did this with the malicious intent to punish him. And then she went up to sleep and left him to take his final breaths on this earth alone. How many breaths those were, we don't know. The evidence is going to show that it was at least for about 15 minutes. Because there's going to be
I do like that line.
that the defendant herself took of this event. The evidence is going to show George Torres is dead because in this defendant's judgment, he deserved it. And have a conscious disregard for whether he lived or died. You will see and hear these videos. What I expect you will hear from a video that began at 11:12 p.m., 45 seconds, on February 23rd, 2020 in Orange County, Florida, is a suitcase on the ground face down with the zippers facing the floor. You will hear Sarah. The defendant will say, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "Fuck you." And then the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Fuck you." And the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Stupid." Sarah, "That's my name. Don't wear it out." Sarah, "I can't fucking breathe, baby. Seriously." "Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me." Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. The defendant laughs again. Sarah, "I can't breathe, babe." She laughs again. "That's on you." Sarah, "I can't breathe." She laughs again. Unintelligible words. And I would submit the evidence is going to show, because of the intoxication from alcohol, is the next thing she says. Sarah, 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 "I can't breathe, baby." That's what I feel like when you cheat on me. Sarah, "Fuck you." "I can't fucking breathe, Sarah." "You should probably shut the fuck up." Sarah, "Shh," is the last thing you will hear the defendant say to Mr. Torres as he is face down, zipped shut in a suitcase. That, again, began at 11:12:45 and lasts just over 2 minutes. At 11:23 and 3 seconds p.m., There's a second 22-second video, and it's the defendant zooming in on the suitcase. And all you hear during this 22 seconds after he's been in the suitcase since at least 11:12 p.m. is one more time, Sarah. How did we get to this point where 103-pound George Torres is putting this suitcase left to
You see, I thought that part was effective. The
Yeah, I didn't
going
hate that at
through
all.
that I liked. It's especially when he does and those are the last words that Sarah Boone ever says to George Torres.
Yeah.
Remarkably effective. But where he goes from here, I got kind of lost. I like that he says, "How did we get here?" Cool. I love it. But he starts playing defense a little bit. And I don't think, well, let me see. Here we go.
Well, the next morning, the defendant wakes up, late morning, perhaps early afternoon, somewhere in this time range, several hours later. And she goes downstairs, and she doesn't see George anywhere. Torres. And eventually realizes, oh my God. The first thing she does after taking him out, and you will hear a description by the defendant saying, "So his little legs out." At some point she makes that statement and tries to resuscitate him. Here's gurgling as she presses down on his 103-pound chest, forcing whatever air was trapped in there out, gurgling. The next thing she does is she would call 911. She calls Brian Boone. Brian Boone. Brian Boone is her ex-husband. They share a child in common. And this date, February 24th, 2020, is a Monday. A normal work day for most people. School day.
Super quiet now.
But after
I know.
the divorce, the arrangement was every other weekend, no co-parent. And that weekend included Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's that free schedule. And then Mondays and Tuesdays, their child would be her responsibility. And Wednesdays and Thursdays, their child would be Mr. Brian Boone's responsibility. So February 23rd, 2020 was a Sunday. And now he's led into Monday. Mr. Boone had been trying actually to contact the defendant several times that morning because he just wanted to confirm she was going to get their child after school that day. And there had been a history of reliability issues on that issue on her part. So you will see in the phone record, he calls her, and then she finally calls him back instead of calling 911. And being the nice co-parent that he is, he comes over. It's a short drive, about 10 minutes. And as she's explaining to him what the heck is going on, he peeks into the front door of her townhouse, which allows you a view all the way to the back sliding glass door. You're going to see that her kitchen is off to the right. There's a doorway that you can see all the way through. And on the back side of the kitchen in the breakfast area, there's tables and stuff. There's also some blue legs sticking out in view. Brian Boone says, "Check, please. You need to call 911. He doesn't set foot into that townhouse. He does wait outside, though, being the good co-parent that he has been. So now, after having first called her ex-husband, after having first waited for Brian Boone to come over, the defendant makes the 911 call. What you will not hear are tears. What you will not hear is sorrow. You will hear a certain level of concern. My boyfriend and I were playing last night. Put him in a suitcase, and we were playing hide and seek kind of thing. I fell asleep. Found him dead in the suitcase this morning. I don't know what happened. He had blood coming out of his mouth. Don't know if it was an aneurysm. Pulled him out of the suitcase, tried to give him CPR. He was in the suitcase and I fell asleep. He's not awake. He's purple. He's not breathing. There's some instructions about how to do CPR given to her, asking about whether an AED is available to shock his heart. It's too late. He's cold. He's stiff. He's purple. We were playing hide and seek. This is horrible. This is horrific what happened. Like, what happened? We were playing hide and seek last night and I fell asleep. So she mentions that there was blood coming out of his mouth. And his body, like all bodies in his death, was taken to the Ninth District Medical Examiner's office in autopsy. What the doctor found was what you expect after being left in the suitcase, crumpled up in the fetal position. He passed from positional asphyxiation, meaning like you're not going to get full rest when you're crumpled up like an accordion, and environmental suffocation. You don't have to have a plastic bag over your head, take a shot with a full roll of duct tape to seal it off 100% to be worthy of the vacuum of space. You can environmentally suffocate. It's close enough if you can't get the oxygen and the CO2 coming in and out of your environment. But she also did notice, yeah.
You think he's ever done any drug murder trials? The way he just described that, the plastic bag over the top of the head with duct tape around it.
I feel like maybe, yeah.
Yeah, that was a little quick. It's like, I bet he's done one or two of those.
Blunt force trauma.
I don't feel that they hand you Sarah Boone as your first ever trial.
We'll help
No.
her explain injuries and bruises. She'll use words like hematomas. We'll help her understand for you all that means bleeding under the skin and blood. Like expect from bruises, why they're red heat. But had all this additional trauma. He had trauma on his fingers as well. So now, the sheriff's office, Orange County Fire Rescue show up, and the defendant interacts with the first patrol officer. You will see and hear that body worn camera. It's more of the same as what we heard on the 911 call. Hi, see, it was good. I fell asleep. What happened? A few hours later, the detectives from the homicide unit at the Orange County Sheriff's Office approach her and are ready to interview her after doing some initial things, which includes grabbing her cell phone, off of a counter that was found by a suitcase in East Forest, and giving it to one of their digital forensic examiners, who we'll hear from later in the trial. But it's time to give the first interview with the defendant. So they do the first interview with the defendant in one of their unmarked detective patrol cars there on the scene. And the basics of this remain the same, but there's a little more elaboration, as you would expect from trained detectives versus getting the 911 call taken. But the basics of what the defendant tells them is we had wine, we painted, we drew, we did puzzles. The particular wine we had was a Chardonnay from the Woodbridge winery. The bottles, plural, are in the trash. We started about 4 p.m. after Mr. Torres went to the store. Puzzles, art, listening to music, enjoying each other's company. We were literally just enjoying one another's company. The other bottle of wine that was left over from before wasn't even half full. So the description she is saying is 1 bottle of wine and plus a fraction of a bottle of wine left over from the night before. Ladies and gentlemen, not all bottles of wine are made the same. Many of us may envision what you would expect at a restaurant. Those are 750s, 750 milliliters of that. Bottles of wine that were recovered from the defendant's trash can were 1.5 liters. So the equivalent of 2 standard bottles of wine. A 1.5 liter bottle of wine is 50 ounces. Given that a standard serving of wine is 5 ounces, you can begin to do the math. And here's receipts. The day before, Saturday, February 22nd, 2020, there is a receipt from Publix for a bottle of Woodbridge wine for $9.74. And then,
All right, this one was he gets a little sideways. I understand what he's going with here. Like, but we had a bottle of wine, and he goes to make a really big deal out of the fact that it's a double. It's a big bottle.
Yeah.
There's a little bit here where it's kind of throwing shade at somebody who buys a larger bottle of wine that's cheaper. Get it?
Rob, is there anything you want to tell us?
Oh, there are plenty of moments where I will grab the box of wine, man. I just don't hate me. Like, why are we doing
I
this
mean,
way?
the boxed wine is great when you need to mix it with Coke.
Yeah, it is.
I
It
feel like
was-
she was the thing. Do you guys have the brand Boone's Farm out there?
I don't know. We have what's the one they serve in the jug, the big gallon jug? I don't know. But I understand the point he's trying to make is that yes, she said I had a bottle of wine. What she didn't say was that it was a giant bottle of wine.
It was a mega.
Does anyone believe that she was being truthful when she said I had 1 bottle of wine when you see any of her demeanor? No.
I mean,
no
I
one
don't
does.
believe that she's been truthful in her life, but
So he continues down this road for quite some time, talks about the interview, talks about the narrative. He does a pretty good job with it. Where he starts to fall off the rails is kind of towards the end. He starts to argue against the self-defense stuff really prematurely.
yeah, I wouldn't argue that at all. Just
Yeah. And
like
it-
just pretend it doesn't exist. Because for
it
right now,
very
it doesn't.
much felt uncomfortable to me because I think he knew the defense was going to raise it. So he wanted to get ahead of it. But what it sounded like was you might or might not hear this. There was so much insecurity in what he was saying. So he starts his opening statement remarkably strong. And, we've always talked about it. Start strong and strong, right? You want to start with something strong, end with something strong. But then he gets lost. and starts talking about the self-defense stuff. And that's the last part of his statement. That's where he kind of ends it.
The text from the brother is, yo, my daughter told me what you did, Sarah. I don't want you around any of my daughters or nieces and nephews. And that's Christmas 2019, just under 2 months before this event. She replies, or the person using her device at this time, ugh, your quote unquote dad hit me in the face. The next text is, hide and seek, I shall. January
I
13th,
didn't catch that part.
there's another.
I didn't catch that hide and seek was something that she used in response to something. Huh. I wonder where they're going to go with that. Okay.
Other heated discussion. She describes it on January 13th in a text to Mo, the brother again. It's a Torres thing. Boo. Sends a picture. Keep the fugly creep out too. It's still fugly. Lose. The brother responds, please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you. The defendant's response, and bless you and all of you too. I'll get, in all capitals, rid of him. Then it'll be, in all capitals, better. Ugh, Torres, referring to Mr. Torres, getting rid of. And that's the case. That's what the evidence is going to show. But we, the state of Florida, and the members of the jury in our journey through this case, we're all going to come up to a door that says, danger, keep out, stay away.
See, when you have this moment in your closing or in your opening statement that says that's the case, that's what the evidence is going to show. Usually, it's a good place to sit your ass down.
Yep. Wrap it up.
Instead, he says, here, jury, there's this magical door that says do not go through. Well, one, that's really stupid. Why are you using, like, see right there, it's in the closed captioning. We're going to all come up to a door that says danger, keep out, stay away. Right?
What
Why?
do people love to do when they see a door that says danger, keep out, stay away?
Immediately open the door.
Yeah.
And just sit there with budding curiosity as to what's behind the door. Why would you
know that door
invite
is getting
that
opened
curiosity?
like 100%.
I know, but why would you invite it? Why would you just sit there and say, especially in this illustrative?
My theory
Why
is
would
just
you do
that he's
that?
not very smart.
It's just, it's the way he does it. It makes me feel like this part wasn't planned. I feel like he's off script.
Maybe a little bit, yeah.
Well, and tell me, listen to how he describes it.
My court order. And that door says, the defendant's history is the door we shall not enter without permission and invitation. Halloween's in like 13 days.
He gets
So
just
he
a little
says
bit
it's
too storybook here.
It's a door you shall not enter without court order, which is also one of those things where you're getting into argument. This is becoming objectionable really quickly.
Except
He's
the
getting
other
into
side doesn't want to
argument.
object to it because it's a mistake.
I know.
You don't object to
It-
your opponent making a mistake.
This is a dropped ball. To the extent that the other side, right? So they all had this discussion yesterday as to the ability that these parties to talk about self-defense in their opening statements. They talked about it and they kind of understood the defense was going to go down this road of self-defense. They know they're going to go there.
Yeah, but you're trying to do your absolute best to keep them from that.
Exactly.
So don't invite it. Like, you're just getting the jury to think self-defense when, like, that might not even get put to the jury. Why would you put it to the jury yourself when you're trying to keep it from being put to the jury?
So let me explain. This is actually a good question. So I couldn't follow what he meant. Here's what he meant. He meant that at some point in time along this trial, I anticipate, jurors, that we are going to hear allusions to a history that involved violence between these two. Whether I can object fast enough to get a judge to not allow that in prematurely, like whether I can catch it in an objection, whether it gets asked in the form of a question where I don't get an objection out the door and you end up hearing a snippet of it. What he's trying to do to the jury is, here, you're going to hear something that, and this is why I also think that he's getting, I think this is completely out of bounds, because he makes the reference to by court order. You know, this door is closed off by court order. And I'm like, no. You do not ever get to explain to a jury that an order precluded them from hearing something that they otherwise would have. Like, no chance. It's so
absolutely
improper.
Stupid. Well, in his case, it's stupid because like normally you don't want to do that because normally it's improper because you're trying to get in your own side's version of things. But here he's trying to get in the other side's version of things. It makes no sense, like at all, why you would do that.
And he's becoming argumentative too, because what he's doing is he's not just saying what they're likely to hear. He's trying to tell them not to listen to it.
Yeah. I mean, there's just so much wrong with all of this.
Which
so much wrong.
I think the argument that he makes here, and I will say it's an argument. He goes straight into an argument. The argument that he makes here about do not go through this door, do not listen to this information, do not process this because a court order told you not to. I honestly think that you could have moved for a mistrial based on that. Like, he just told the jury in opening statements, which is supposed to preview the evidence they are or are not going to hear, not give argument, not tell them what they can and can't listen to.
Yeah, no, that's up to the judge.
Not tell the jury, because remind you, one of the instructions the judge just gave was that the jury is not supposed to infer by the judge sustaining an objection that the information they would have received would have done something one way or the other.
Yeah, no, I think it's a big problem. Don't like it.
And I expect you're going to hear about that. Despite that first date, and this is going to tie into some other things that I expect could possibly come in. Despite that first date, despite at that point in time of this first date not having a relationship, emotional ties, and the things that come along with a relationship that make it harder to break off a relationship, it's one thing to have a bad first date. It's another thing to end a 25-year marriage. Despite that first date, there's a second and a third. Now, these days are at bar, there's nothing wrong with that. And it just typically ends up, she's going to tell you, I suspect, or you're going to hear that she said one way or another. It's one thing or the other. Like, I ask a dude for a cigarette, Mr. Torres flips out, and I'm going to pay the price. Just things like that. You're going to hear.
He is all over the place. He's completely lost his train of thought. He is saying you're going to hear one way or the other something. Maybe he is all over the place. He is off the rails. He is in danger zone. He needs to find a ladder, get his ass out of the hole he just dug. But instead, he's talking about, because this is the other thing. There's a DV victim on this jury. Like, there is a DV victim who is actively a witness in a case being brought by the state against an aggressor on this jury. And what he just said was he previewed this case, and he said, you're going to hear that it wasn't just a first date. It was a second. It was a third, that she keeps coming back to him. You know what a lot of DV victims do?
Exactly that.
Yep.
I mean, if I'm the DV victim on the, not only is he losing me, but I'm probably getting mad.
Yeah. I'm getting furious. I'm saying, you mean to say, and then the other thing is he makes the allusion to this 103 pounds. Yes, George Torres was 103 pounds. A 103-pound individual can still inflict a shitload of pain, especially
size
if
doesn't necessarily matter in these circumstances.
Exactly. So he completely lost me here. I was done. I was basically just saying, bro, you should have sat your ass down the second you said that's our case.
Yep. No, that would have been a good open.
Oh. Yeah. Like, and that was what I kept thinking of. One, the fact that neither of them struck that DV victim for cause or a peremptory.
I mean, I can see why the defense might want to leave her there.
I
don't think
know.
it's a good call, but I think it's a justifiable call for the defense.
It's too much risk.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that DV victim is probably going to look at Boone and say, she's nothing like me. But
But you know what the prosecutor's doing right now? Clouding or basically putting a rose color, like the prosecutor, by the way the prosecutor is explaining this scenario, it's not Sarah Boone's explanation. This is the prosecutor's explanation about this individual who could not have possibly have been acting in self-defense because they kept on going back to the person that they're purporting to be their abuser. Well, this is ringing mighty true in the ears of a DV victim who's been down that road. And it's not Sarah Boone's words. It doesn't have the auspices of not believability or fabrication. This was horrible.
it was certainly a choice.
Yeah, I can see that, Jules. I'm not going to read too much into it one way or the other. I see a lot of people with their arms crossed, but if they were put off by this, I understand. And if I'm the defense, you're damn right I'm not objecting.
No, this is not something you object to as defense, because you let the other side make a mistake.
Yeah.
Black eyes, cuts in the face, perhaps in a curtain rod incident that was mentioned in the police interview. Bloody ear, a stab wound in the leg, which was perhaps described as sword fighting and playing around in that way. But nonetheless, I suspect you're going to hear and see a lot.
You mean to say a DV victim minimized the pain that they were inflicted upon them? You mean to say that a DV victim explained that the stab they got in their leg was just them playing around or messing around? Gee, shocker. It sounds like you've never actually met a DV victim. This was so stupid.
A lot about their past history. And at the end, if this occurs,
Rob, first time?
the state is going to have the opportunity to take lead of the tour in this room, labeled the defendant and the victim's past history. Now, I'm not going to go into that now. If this all comes to fruit, the blooms on the tree here in trial, we'll discuss it at the end where it's more appropriate. But I'm asking you to not rush to judgment until you hear all of the evidence in the case. And then apply whether or not these past instances have anything to do with what happened at their point. Now, like the home inspector, there are experts to come in and kind of help walk everybody through this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past relationship. I suspect there's a chance we may hear from some experts, psychologists and psychiatrists.
I suspect there's a chance. Yeah, this is so bad. I'm done. I was so done. Sit down after you give your damning evidence. Let them get up and try to make that argument. Let them get up and say all of these things and then annihilate it with the case. You don't have to make this argument right now. Let the case speak for itself. Let them get up and say all these things and then let her audio speak for itself. This was horrible. Let's go to Owens's opening because he's just disjointed as it is. Like he just is all over the place, but he has been. And I think when I get to his, I'm going to switch over to the actual recorded one I've got.
From repeat violence from an intimate partner. They were together over 3 years, and there were several prior incidences of violence. We've got the photographs. There were incidences where police were called who took photographs. So you're going to be able to see the evidence. And we believe the court will instruct you at the end when you're considering self-defense, which we call justifiable use of non-deadly force or justifiable use of deadly force, that you can consider the prior acts, the history of violence, the prior difficulties that the parties had, and considering her set of circumstances that she was faced with in making the decision to use reasonable force under the circumstances. And the most important thing I can tell you today is keep an open mind. There's two sides to every story. You're going to hear the state's side, them attempting to paint her a certain way, as they've done here today in opening statement. And then you're going to hear another side. And you're going to have to weigh that, all the evidence, the credibility of the witnesses, the photographs, the videotapes, and come to a conclusion. Now let's talk about this day, February 23rd of 2020, the day of this event. This case has been pending for some time. Here we are, October 2024. I think the evidence is going to show that they had purchased some wine the day before, but they hadn't finished all of that. So it was in the refrigerator. Many times that's how they start their day. At some point, you're going to see a video from Publix, from where they live. I believe it's Winter Park. But Publix was not too far from their apartment complex. And they took their car, they drove over there. So you're going to see a videotape from Publix of them both going to the store about noon, and they come out with one of these larger bottles of the wine. And then, of course, there's a receipt. There obviously is an attraction between the two. And as everybody knows, couples can have great times where things click, everybody gets along, and then we can have episodes of disagreement. And how it is resolved. Really, that's what this is about, how a disagreement is resolved. But George was very jealous of Sarah. And they hear the testimony about that. And that he cannot, in certain situations, he can be very charming. But when his level of intoxication gets to a certain level, is when he gets sad, moody, and a lot of times eventually it involved forcible sex with Sarah Boone or actual physical violence against her.
I don't like the way he differentiated between forcible sex and actual physical violence.
Actual
I'm like,
violence.
But they both like art.
I'm like, my
They did that for a
dude,
while. They both
forcible
like puzzles.
sex
They did that for a
is
while. Well, about 5
violent.
or so, the wine bottle was gone. And George had said, I want to go get some cigarettes. So there's a convenience store right close
Didn't
by
like that at all.
their apartment complex. And Sarah thought he was just going to walk over there and get cigarettes and come back. But no, what he did was he got her keys, he got her debit card, and he went over to the Publix and he got another bottle. I think that was about 5:30, something like that. And again, there'll be the Publix video showing him going in and going out, and there'll be a receipt for the purchase of that bottle, and then there'll be that bottle. Will be in the garbage can along with the other bottle. Well, when he comes in with the second bottle, Sarah knows this is not good. She knows this means he's going to get to another level of intoxication. So Sarah's concerned. So she attempts to placate him, keep him busy, keep him in a good mood. They drink that bottle, but she drinks as well. And at some point, they're intoxicated at a high level. As some people do when they're drunk, they get silly. And they decide to play a game of hide and seek. She goes upstairs, their bedroom's upstairs, to the shower and waits for a period of time. And he doesn't come to her. At some point, she gets cold, she gets tired. She wants to go see. Well, maybe we got it mixed up. Where is he? So she goes downstairs. And they had gotten a suitcase down a week or so ago. It's an old suitcase that they were going to donate to Helping Hands or Goodwill or somebody. And they were putting some items in there. And it's a broken down suitcase. It's a large suitcase. They both weigh about 100 pounds. And they don't eat good. Malnourished to a large degree. But the pull handle is broken off. And they've attached a little clip, rubber around it. Now they move back and forth. Well, she comes down the steps. She sees him getting in and settling in the suitcase. So she walks over there, and they see each other. They smile and laugh, and she zips him up. And she zips him up, and they laugh for a while. And they carry on. She sits on the couch, and at some point he says, "I can't breathe." Now his face is facing the zipper, and she's got 2 or 3 inches that she's opened it. And she doesn't know. They're intoxicated. She doesn't know whether he's just saying that to try to get her to get him out, or What?
Doesn't matter if he's just trying to say it to get her to get him out.
Physically, they're the same size, much stronger than her. If they got in a fist fight, he would win 100 times out of 100. But she's got him now. He finds he can't get up. He has to sit and listen. It's a unique form of physical restraint. And so she lets him have it. Says things she shouldn't say. About 2 minutes long. She videotapes it. She sits on the couch and turns her phone on and videotapes it for about 2 minutes. There's another video. It's approximately 11 minutes later. The first video, George's, the suitcase is flipped upside down. The zippers are off. 11 minutes later, Sarah has flipped it right side up. Again, open for him to get out. And it's only 22 seconds. And you hear George say,
Hang on. One second. I had an unfortunate window crash, so I'm just trying to reopen it. Did he just say that how did the suitcase get turned upside down again? She turned it upside down.
Yeah.
And then at some point it gets turned right side up.
I found him to be a little bit confusing here.
Okay. Because if he just openly said, because the other thing is that there's the stairs issue, which he just hasn't, he's just going to ignore it. There's no stairs in his scenario.
I mean, that's very common. This would be super awkward. This would be super uncomfortable. Let's just pretend it doesn't happen.
Yeah. All right. I backed up a bit because I wanted to hear this part again. It's because this is the opening statement. Now the jury is sitting here and the jury is going, this is the first time they've heard the case. We've heard the case. We've seen the case. We've seen all this other stuff. This is the first time this jury is getting an understanding of what's happening. And when Sarah explains it on the 911 call, and in every occasion, you can kind of hear the operator or the cop or anyone else who's reacting. You can hear hesitation going, wait, what the fuck? How? One, hide and seek. Two, suitcase. So when he's describing this, I'm getting more confused. And I'm wondering if the jury is sitting there staring at him going, are you a zombie? What is happening right now? Is the audio playing or no?
Nope.
What the?
Wasn't sure if you were doing that on purpose.
No, I wasn't doing that on purpose. I'm hearing it. That's the problem. That's the part that's frustrating me right now. Hang on.
Ah.
It's down. Let's go ahead and we're gonna do this, the annoying way. Yeah, I wasn't doing that on purpose.
Yellow Pill noting that she
Okay.
can believe he initially got in the suitcase himself. Yeah, I can see that.
I can see that a little bit, but what I can't see is this explanation that when he I have a theory on this one that I think is going to be just true. It's just why?
So, what do you think of her decision to pass on the plea deal?
It's her call.
Yes,
It's
but do
absolutely
we
her
think
call.
it's a good call?
No, it's the dumbest thing in the world. Because she was going to be out in 14 years. Yeah, I know, awkward silence. I love awkward silence. We're so professional.
I
Just
was
insanely.
like, that plea deal was an absolute fucking gift.
Was a win. The plea deal was an absolute win.
Oh, I mean,
14 years and rejecting it.
Thing is, if I was the defense lawyer and I got her 14 years in the US on these circumstances, I'd be walking out and going, I'm going to have some champagne. This is a win.
Wait. The deal would have been out in 8 years?
Yes.
Oh, because
she's
she's
got
served
time in.
already.
Yep.
That's the dumbest move ever. That is the dumbest move ever.
Yep.
But you know what? They're criminal defendants for a reason.
Oh, I would
They
have
just-
taken the hell out of that deal.
Oh my God. Just, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But
Why
you know
did
what?
they offer
It's the-
such little time? I think sympathy and just sometimes a prosecutor just doesn't feel like running the trial.
No, and just get it done. The case is the state has already spent a lot of money on this case.
Never
This
underestimate the value of certainty. And I mean, there's prosecutors out there who are just like, I had a prosecutor at one point he just walked in. He had a trial. He's like, I've got your client dead to rights. And I'm like, probably. And then he offered me a deal that was just such a good deal. And I was like, why? And he's like, because I got a lot of paperwork back at the office and, take it to your client because it's not lasting. And I'm like, do you have all your witnesses here? He's like, yep, everybody's here. Everybody's ready to go. There's witness 1, there's witness 2, there's witness 3. I'm ready to, to trounce you on this one. And he absolutely would have. The evidence was such that my client had no hope. So I went back to the client and I'm like, so here's the really insanely good deal. And he's like, do you think I should take it? I was like, fucking
you're an
take
idiot
it.
not to.
Yeah. I was like, you're going to be convicted at the end of the day. It's just a question of whether or not you want to be, whether or not you want to be convicted and do more time or less time. So, yeah.
The thing is, it's the client's right. And you have clients that make boneheaded moves all the time. Literally. So
I mean, the thing is for most criminal clients, there's a reason why they're clients.
yeah.
There's very few criminal clients who are like, you don't represent a lot of bankers or, whatever. You tend to represent a lot of people who just don't function well in society. And by all accounts, Sarah Boone was one of those people, right? Even by her own version of things, she was one of those people. So, yep.
Can't force them to take it. Although sometimes you wish they would. I mean, you sit there and you yell at your client, you scream at your client, you tell your client that they're an idiot. Like, honestly, those are some of the biggest fights in the world when there's a deal on the table and you're trying to tell them you are going to lose.
A really good deal on the table. Client said, I want to roll the dice. I said, you're crazy. We ran the trial. I did my best. Lost because, the Crown or the government gets to pick which cases they run, right? So a defense lawyer as a defense lawyer, you will never have a perfect record because the Crown gets to pick, or the state gets to pick, like, which cases they want to run. They can say, this case looks like a loser, we're going to drop it. And, so, at the end of it, the client was like, well, yeah, you did a good job. Is there a way to get the plea deal back? I was like, that ship has sailed.
Yep. You are never, that
thankfully,
is never coming back on the table again. I am sorry. Just, it's
I
happened.
did manage to weasel the prosecutor into something that was not too much worse than what they offered before trial. And the prosecutor was like, I should not be doing this. I'm like, but I appreciate it. So, yeah.
Okay, let's see. So tell me if you can hear now.
Nope.
Mother. You know what's awesome? When this happens, we're going to switch to this. Let's see. Now, the challenge that I have here is,
now, what sort of mother
I have
were you
this
going to
entire
say?
stream that well, it's not that it's mother in particular. It's just that don't yell at me. Now, the problem is I can't boost this audio any further. So tell me how loud, if this is loud at all. Is that quiet?
It is inaudible at all.
You can hear it though, tiny bit, right?
Not even a little bit.
It is so frustrating when things don't go according to plan. I am going to do this.
On the other hand, I do love it when a plan comes together.
Great quote, by the way. Phenomenal quote. I very much appreciate that one. So here's what I'm going to do. Let's go try this one more time. Because I think maybe the StreamYard button got clicked that stopped sharing the audio from the tab. Which, people think that live streaming is really easy. And, sometimes
it is really
you
easy.
luck
We're
out.
just really bad at it.
I mean, sometimes you luck out. It goes perfectly according to plan, how you want it. But that's not all the time. So let's try this. Please work, please work, please work, please work, please work. Nope, not that one. Other one. Please work, please work, please work.
If they got in the
There was some audio.
Yeah. This is the tab you were looking for. Yeah, watch this. Here, ready? I'm going to hit play. And we're going to see Spinning Wheel of Death. I guarantee it's going to happen. Oh!
Rob,
I knew it was going to happen. Oh, you son of a bitch. I
This
knew.
fight, he would win 100 times out of 100. But she's got him now. He claims he can't get up.
All right, stop lagging.
And the action she took to prevent an attack from George Torres, which the law acknowledges every one of us has a right to invoke, the right of self-defense.
Should have with a bat beforehand.
You're going to hear from the medical examiner. She is going to tell you about some bruising on George Torres. course, he was in the suitcase a while, deceased, we believe,
Why are you saying this?
and that changes things a little bit, as the medical examiner will explain, but there's some bruising. Sarah's going to explain that to you, why that happened, what were the circumstances surrounding that, involving that. Her son comes and stays with him from time to time. He has his own room. He has several of his things there.
This is
Oh,
it's
come
like the
on.
blind leading the blind. These are the two idiots that just can't possibly, make the right argument.
And there's a bat downstairs. The same bat that George Torres used, and there's a video where George is threatening Sarah. And he's swinging the bat at the TV about as hard as he can. And he does it about 6 or 7 times. You'll see it. Sarah's recording it. And it's during an argument. And he's trying to intimidate.
Is he trying to intimidate? Is he though?
Sarah
I have downloaded another.
loved you.
While you struggle with that, can I show you what Against the Tide sent me for
You're going to hear.
auctioning?
You can absolutely do that. Absolutely.
So it's got a little velvet bag that it comes in, but it's a little charm bracelet.
Here, let me pull this down while I struggle with this. Show.
So a little charm bracelet. And it's got various charms to represent people we know. So
Oh.
there is a saw.
Oh.
That's for a Rob. There's a sword and a gun, which apparently are both to represent me. There's a little bee for Kurt.
That's cool.
There's utensils for Alita. There is a golfer for
Peter?
lawyer, yeah, it's there's a dinosaur for Rick. So yeah, it's kind of a neat little thing. So that'll go on the auction list as well. So yeah, somebody can. There's 2 of these, so that'll those will be up for auction.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Against the Tide is amazing. So yeah, we'll have to. That'll be on the auction list. I've been working on some leatherworking stuff. So that is. Did you see the coaster set?
I did. That's remarkably impressive. I thought that was phenomenal.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to do some D&D themed coasters, so and all of those were. I didn't crib any of those images from anywhere. All of those were just me freehanding it. So you can see me work on them on the members only. Somebody says no EDB charm. There's a purple heart for EDB. So, but yeah, I've been working on those. I got to figure out some more stuff to make. So, yeah.
See, I wish I could have a shop that was in good working order.
It'll get there. You'll get all that going. Also, I reached out to a laser company because they had this thing basically going, influencers reach out to us. And I was like, I can have this laser. And they were like, no, we are full. It's like, aw.
Okay. Ready for attempt number 3/5/9 million/
I am ready.
Please work. Is it quiet?
It is silent.
It is so quiet.
It's like perfectly silent levels of quiet.
As in you don't hear anything, or is it you hear something?
I hear
It's just-
nothing.
That's very curious. There is no sound. It is completely soundless. The problem is if Ian plays it, then and he could if he pulls it
I'd
up.
have to just download the video and then
Let's
like
try.
upload the thing. So it'd be basically exactly what you would do for that, I assume.
See, what I think is actually occurring, I don't think it's a bandwidth issue. I think it's a processor issue. And I think
I was like, skill issue? Is that where we're going with this?
No, I think it's just either that or Verizon is very much not my friend right now. Well, they haven't been my friend for a while. I'm very pissed off at them because the internet keeps sucking. So I am gonna go and yell at somebody in short order. Let's see.
Why women don't leave? Why women don't leave? And you're going to hear about Sarah Boone and her struggles, her mental health struggles.
Why are you telling the jury that your client is mentally ill?
Sarah had no intent to kill him. The prosecutor mentioned she wanted him to die. Farthest from the truth. She loved the man. She hated the abuse. She couldn't leave.
She couldn't leave. I get it.
I mean, I can see why he wants the DV survivor on the jury. I don't know if it's going to work out for him, but I think it's kind of his only hope is to have her in that room.
Oh, and guys, I absolutely know that Recovery Addict did this and messed with the sound. We're gonna go to the witnesses.
Recognize in any type of litigation.
But Recovery Addict is also a sound ninja.
Yeah.
Proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. You are going to have doubts about this case. But the most important thing is not to rush to judgment, to keep an open mind and understand there's two sides to this case. There's their side and there's our side. So you can't.
And there's the
form
truth, which is neither side,
early on.
but it's closer to their
That's
side.
hard to do, as Mr. Henderson said in opening or in jury selection. That's extremely hard to do. Now you're going to hear some testimony. There's been mention of experts. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger. Victims of repeat violence may fear death in a situation others would not. After hearing both sides of this case, we're confident you're going to have a reasonable doubt. And we're going to ask you to follow the law and do justice in this case. And find Sarah Boone not guilty. Because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
He won. I think he did better. His closing wasn't great, or his opening wasn't great, but it was, I think, better than, at least it maintained consistency. It didn't
I mean, he did the best he could with what he's got to work with.
I mean, he had some emotion, a little bit of emotionality there. That's about it. So the openings were dry. They sucked. They were terrible. I mean, they just weren't great. Jury's probably sitting there going, what the hell am I? What have I walked into? What have I walked into? Why am I here? I'm so angry. That's probably what the jury's saying. Let me catch up on Super Chats to get to our first witness. Who do you think won in terms of the better opening between the two of them?
Yeah.
If you had to pick.
I mean, I think the defense did better with what they have.
Yeah. It
And
was
that's
more
mostly because, I mean, there wasn't a whole lot to work with.
It was more impactful. I think it was more, I don't know. I struggle with it. I thought they were both really dry. It didn't really get the point across. And the prosecution had a great opening until they didn't. It was like, you have a great opening and then you don't. And that fell apart. So it's just not there. Matt Bond, and playing catch up about an hour and a half behind. Adulting again, took a flare up to catch it live. I'm sorry you have a flare up, my friend. Hopefully it passes. Nicole has ADHD. Hey, look, no marching band tonight. Good to see you all. Good to see you too, Nicole. Charlie Raven, remember, I see the box in my head. It says fragile. That's the box that we saw in the courtroom. Matt Bond, again, thank you. Oh, I thought was another song. Do you want to build a box for it? Come on, let's go and play. Who cares if their court? Daryl got caught. He didn't get away. Oh, I think you wanted me to sing that. Do you want to build a box for it? Come on, let's go and play. Yeah. Daryl got caught. He didn't get away. That's Daryl Brooks. Scarlet Grace, how can she claim self-defense? She forgot and fell asleep. It turns on the moment that the action that is undertaken. Right. So
also, she may walk away from that. She may say, I didn't really forget and walk away. What actually happened was
I engaged in my self-defense. I did my self-defense, and then I absented myself. Like that. It's the conduct that occurs right then. So it hasn't been very artfully articulated because it's not really there, because from the gist of everything that we're hearing, it's not self-defense, it's retaliation. And there's a big distinction. The law recognizes a defense, that you have the right to defend yourself and therefore can act in a justified fashion in preventing further bodily harm by inflicting bodily harm, right? But the law does not allow for retaliation, where someone inflicts bodily harm upon you and now you have the right to retaliate upon them. So everything
you don't
that
get to murder somebody just because they pissed you off is what that boils down to.
And the overt act,
like one of the most disappointing things about being an adult.
That's true. Well, no, I actually don't ever feel driven to the idea of murder. Really, it's not really there. Yelling at somebody, cursing somebody else, yes, all the time. But no. So the overt act that they keep going back to is there has to be something that transpires that George does that triggers in her this, call it like a delayed fuse of imminence, where her perception of what is or is not an imminent deadly threat is askew because of the history that she has. So in that moment, when she sees the action that is being undertaken, all of that fear exists, and therefore she perceives that as being an imminent threat that she must now eliminate. The problem is, if you are instead not responding to that overt act and instead retaliating for something that was done to you in the past, that's not self-defense. That's not protected. So you'll hear her.
The law doesn't let you just kill somebody who needs killing.
Which gets you back to the point of, there's a question in the chat earlier about the distinction between an acquittal, and jury nullification. An acquittal,
Yeah, jury nullification can get you to he needed killing.
yeah. The jury nullification is that is basically the jury saying under the law this person is guilty as hell for what they did, but they did society a good by doing this unlawful thing. Therefore, we're not going to punish them for it.
Note that the jury say that they'll just acquit.
Yeah, or the jury has said they've been through enough. So let's. I mean, a prime example would be, let's say, an aggrieved father whose child has been subjected to something horrible, and the father goes. I mean, it's been in movies, A Time to Kill, where the father, in retribution for the wrong committed upon the daughter, goes and does a wrong against somebody else, against the person who perpetuated that original wrong. They're criminal responsible, period. But good luck finding a jury that's going to hold them that way. That's the difference. So, hopefully that helps. Lady Fang, thank you. Sorry I'm late. Someone let the AUDHDer unsupervised in the Aldi special buys. Yeah, that'll get you every time. Lady Fang, I think she's doing a narration instead of a question and answer. That generally is not allowed. We'll see when it gets to there. If and when she does testify, we've been promised that she will testify. So she is taking the stand. It's going to be probably 3 days of cross-examination, the most brutal cross-examination I've ever seen. So, emotional lemonade. He made his speech about witnesses yesterday, which was clearly aimed at Sarah, was gold. The prosecutor and the judge, or the prosecutor alone, because they both kind of gave statements. XCDA, thank you for gifting memberships. Much appreciated. Nancy Drubby, 11 months for both of you. Thanks for the laughs. Glad to give them to you. Mildred Katie, bye. I have to work in the morning, so replay it is. Replay crew is great. Love you guys on replay. If you are on replay, hit the like button, make a comment, leave a comment, say what you're liking about this trial. Dina Kawaji, thanks for the gifted memberships. Jen DeSimio, thank you for becoming a member. Julie Bug 21, I'm a little bit behind, but love some Bones. Love me some Boone's Farm. Miss Tickle Pink. Now it's Country Quencher. I gotta get out more. Alita Lee, good to see you. Hope all is well. We missed the duos, Rob and Ian. I'm getting back into the saddle, being more consistent. Patty P, looking forward to 11/2/2024. I imagine that is. Oh, no, I don't have to imagine. That's the Extra Life live stream. In the description of the video, you'll see a link that will allow you to donate to Ian's charity, Extra Life. We'll get to that at the next break when we get done with witnesses 1 and 2. The witnesses go fast. We're not going to be on the witnesses long. So we'll talk about that and give you guys the link to donate. Patty R, thank you both for doing FNF. Thank you for being here. Go Lux 5, thanks for becoming a member. Ange Torres, thank you for gifting memberships. Very much appreciated. Okay, let's get back to witness number 1, which is the victim's brother.
You could be seated. And once seated, if you'd state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Juan Torres, Juantorres.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire, Mr. Cacciatore.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell us how it is that you know George Torres?
He's my older brother.
And how many siblings do you have?
That's a rough question, and that prosecutor's a bit of a dick.
6 or so.
And
He's very mechanical, which is why he gets to the point really quickly. And I appreciate the mechanical, but I mean, this is your opportunity to kind of.
But he did that on purpose.
I know.
That was
the answer.
like,
Yeah.
that's an emotional sucker punch for a witness, and
Yeah.
you're doing it on purpose because you want that emotional reaction. I get why he's doing it. It is still a dick move, even if I understand it.
how long has your family resided here in the Central Florida area?
20 plus years.
And before residing in the Central Florida area, were you guys in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. In Massachusetts.
Your brother, how often, your brother George, that is, how often would you talk with him?
often. We talk, I'd say, on a weekly basis.
And how far away did you live from George?
About 5-10 minutes. Very close.
Would you see him pretty often?
So, to some people asking, why would you put this person on the stand first? Usually, you will try to call family members out of order so that they can sit in the gallery because the rule on witnesses exists. So, the rule on witnesses precludes individuals who are anticipated to provide testimony from being in the courtroom while testimony is being provided. However, I think he's subject to recall, so he's still subject to the rule, isn't he?
Yeah.
That sucks.
I mean, the thing is because of how the defense is,
Boys,
sort of limited,
yeah.
that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But the other thing is that you often want an emotional kind of kick at the start, or at least you do if you're the, if you're the government. So
this is
they're
the human
partially
who is no
Yeah.
longer around. Yeah.
It's sort of like, this is why this matters, people. It's, so yeah.
So it very much kind of sucks. So he's not allowed back in because the rule of witnesses precludes him from being in the courtroom and hearing what other witnesses are testifying to. Look, here's the thing. This prosecutor's technique is dry. It is effective, and it is quick. It is to the punch. It is getting information, moving through information. It is about efficiency. You don't have to.
But they
I
do
don't know.
want to get this in front of the jury.
They do.
They do want the jury to see this guy is suffering.
Yeah, they want a sucker punch. They want to punch him in the gut, and they want him to cry.
Yep.
So it lives close. I hate this.
Sarah's in the background yelling.
You recognized her voice?
Yes, sir.
What was she yelling about?
Something about choking or how he choked her. I really don't. That was it.
About how long was this conversation that you had?
Maybe 10 minutes, I think it was.
How did the conversation end?
Because she was yelling in the background, so that was it. We just talked.
Did she sound upset?
She sounded upset.
Did you talk to your brother after that conversation?
No, that was the last conversation I had.
Have you ever spoken to Sarah since that conversation?
No.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
You know what he didn't do during his entire testimony? Identify for the jury who Sarah was. I know that it's a technicality but it did kind of, I don't know.
I don't know if I'd worry about it from this witness because they're
Not
going to
from
be
this
able to get
witness.
ID out.
You
So-
get ID. And honestly, I don't know that I would want him to look at her. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
stop.
okay with them not doing that.
It was very clear that he was uncomfortable being there. I think part of him was nervous about cross-examination because there's always been this. The defense wants to go down every rabbit hole, right? And who is more prone to give you information than the brother that we just heard in opening statements is going to talk about things that George did. So he's sitting there going, oh shit, am I going to get cross-examined on this now? But the prosecutor was smart, and this is why this prosecutor does a really good job, and why I think he does a good job, is he doesn't deviate from the bare bones information he needs in from the witness. he is going to allow his narrative to be laid out one step at a time, and he's not going to allow the defense to expand the scope of the inquiry to get into their shit show. He wants to get the information out, boom, 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 and move on. So it didn't bother me.
I mean, the thing is that they're going to be able to identify Sarah through everybody. I would have, but because, you usually do it. But, and the other thing is identity may have been admitted. I don't know. Right.
It might've been, I mean, and you see her on the videos, it's there. So it's not critical. Wiggle your mic cable. Wiggle your mic cable. It might. I mean, it's one of the things where I don't know that it's critical. You know who she is. The audio is there. The video is there. You see her there.
If identity was admitted, then it doesn't matter, right? Because it's just like, okay, we don't need to have everyone point to her because it's admitted who did it, right? It's admitted.
Yep.
So, yep.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
In the beginning, when you started, it was hard for me to hear, but I know you were talking about other siblings, other family members that you had here. Could you repeat that for me, please?
Here in Orlando, I have one sister and 3 brothers.
Sister and 3 brothers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did your brother George Torres, did he ever stay with you at any time?
No.
Would he ever live with you or any of, I mean, not you, but any of your other siblings?
No.
All right, sir. Let's go back to this phone call that you were talking about that was on February 23rd of 2020. And that phone call was approximately 7:30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who called who?
He called me.
And then y'all were talking. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when he called you, did you notice anything about his speech or his voice?
No, he was fine.
Sounded normal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he wasn't slurring his words or anything like that?
No.
By the way he talked or what he talked to you about, could you tell at that time if he had been consuming alcohol?
No, because I knew when he would drink.
Okay. So in your opinion at that time, based on what you heard and what he was talking about, you do not believe he had been drinking alcohol?
No.
Now, you said you heard Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? How did you know it was Sarah?
I can tell in her voice.
You recognized her voice. So you could hear her. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've heard Sarah speak before that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've heard her speak on the phone before that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that Sarah was yelling. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And she was yelling about, he's choking me. Or tell him about choking me.
Yes.
Okay. During that conversation, and you heard her say that, did you ask your brother, what is she talking about?
No, I did not.
Did that statement at that time, did that statement surprise you?
Not really.
Good question. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't hate this cross. It's a good question because the hesitation that he gives, it's like, how would it not surprise you? You heard like he's choking me from your brother, right? So have you heard it so many times that you're just used to this violence back and forth? But he doesn't ask it in an aggressive way. He doesn't try to force the answer. It's a good question.
You've heard it before?
No.
Based on Sarah's voice that you
And then he
heard,
let him weasel out of it.
was it any
Yeah.
indication to you that she had been drinking?
No.
No? Sir, at some point, your brother said he had to go. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he hang up on the conversation?
Yes.
And did he say bye and you say bye?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I don't have. If I can confirm.
You may, sir.
No additional questions. Oh, he has one? What's he
Sir,
gonna
other
ask?
than siblings, do your mother and father, do they live in this area?
Yes.
Were there times that George would stay with them?
Yes, sir.
I don't understand that part. I don't get it. Why? Why do I care about that?
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Any redirect examination.
For that
Your Honor.
question,
This witness be released.
Why ask that? Why are we going into? I don't understand that part. Why are we talking about George staying with other family members? Is it to try and get ahead or minimize that Sarah was violent? Like if Sarah was violent, if Sarah was the aggressor, he clearly would have gone to these other family members.
I have no idea.
Or is it to diminish credibility? To say you clearly didn't know him that well because he never stayed with you. People are saying because Sarah would kick him out. I don't think it plays the way they think it does. So next up, we get the grocery store clerk. The grocery store clerk comes in, testifies. Yes, these are receipts. Yes, it's wine. Yes, they bought the wine. Cool. Awesome. Love it. Done in 2 minutes. Next witness we get is Joan Williams.
Recognize this disc.
Yes. My initials.
Did you have an opportunity to review this disc prior to coming to court this morning?
Yes.
And those are your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does this disc, does it fairly and accurately represent the 911 call that you took in this case on February 24th, 20?
Good. We got the call. Awesome. Now we hear we don't hear the call yet. We get the neighbor.
Did you have neighbors? Yeah. Were you?
By the way, the two dudes that live in the apartment, these two guys, they're my favorite from the day. They were so no bullshit. They were like, no, I didn't want to deal with her. They were loud as hell. I got in the other room. They were like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to deal with this bullshit. They were loud as hell. She was drunk.
I also appreciated the heck out of her ex-husband.
Yeah, he was good too.
What is it?
Brian Boone. Oh, you mean when he stayed the hell out of the house? He was like, I came over there and I was like, I'm not getting in there.
Yeah. Where it was like, oh yeah, I saw what was going on, and I was like, I don't want anything to do with this.
This is your bullshit. This ain't my bullshit. But this dude was great. Vincent Battaglia, and then the other roommate were phenomenal.
Yeah, they were just like, we didn't want anything to do with her shit.
Yep. And oh, by the
can
way,
you blame them?
we both heard a loud fucking noise. So right now,
So we heard loud shit from them all the time, and yeah.
I mean, the prosecution's already undermining the whole. It was a good day. It was a good day. That's out the window already.
Neighbors with Sarah Boone and George Torres.
Yes.
And approximately how long were you neighbors with them?
About a year, a little over a year. I moved there in January 2019.
And during the course of that year that you were neighbors with them, did you have occasion to interact with them at times?
Yeah.
In fact, did you ever go over to their home?
Yeah, like a couple times, yeah.
And I believe you tuned a guitar for a child there at the house?
Yeah.
This Tealwood apartment complex, how would you describe the walls that separated your units?
Thin, like very thin walls.
I mean,
And
I'm guessing it's a cheap apartment.
Everyone has lived in. Yes, thank you, Ian.
We've all
for
lived
finishing
in
my
like
thought.
shitty apartments.
Yep.
At least, no, if you walk around the law school, there's plenty of people who've never lived in a shitty apartment. But I've lived in a shitty apartment, and where you can like call the police because you can hear the stabbing happening in the apartment across the hall.
Yeah.
I've literally had to do that, and like one guy going, you stabbed me. Why the fuck did you stab me? And I'm like,
Or you can knock on the wall and be like, hey, Kevin, turn down the TV a little bit, please. And he's like, it's on volume 4. And you're like, I know, but I can hear every word. Can we just not? So yeah, no, we've all been there. It's not pleasant, let's just say. And it's even more not pleasant when you have the loud neighbors, or the opposite, the neighbors that are intolerant to any normal noise. So
not me, but a friend of mine in university was staying in this like little place there. And he ended up buying a really nice set of headphones for his neighbor. And he sort of dropped it off with a thing, like just as a little package. And he's like, this is for you. And there was a note that says, like, I don't care if you listen to porn or if you watch porn, but please use these headphones. Because it was like, I don't need to hear that.
Embarrassing gift. I like this comment from Madam Jenkins. You can hear a mouse count 3 apartments over. Never heard that phrase before, but I think that's phenomenal. Yeah. So basically, you get the gist from this guy. You can hear fucking everything through these walls, and you're now very curious as to what he heard that day.
With those walls being so thin, would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling coming from Sarah Boone and George Torres' apartment?
Yeah.
How often would you hear this?
Almost daily.
Did Sarah Boone ever approach you about the things that you heard coming from their apartment?
Yes.
And where were you when she approached you?
I was smoking a cigarette on my back patio.
And approximately what time?
It was pretty late. I can't remember the exact time, but it was definitely anywhere between like midnight to 2 a.m., like right around there.
And do you remember how much before the date when the police called that this occurred?
A few months, like probably 4 to 5 months before that.
So 4 or 5 months before February of 2020.
Yeah.
And when she approached you on this late evening / early morning on that day, what did she tell you?
Pretty much just kind of like, if I do hear anything, like through the walls or whatever that's out back, just kind of keep my mouth shut, like don't really speak about it or anything like that or say anything to anyone. And I just was like, okay.
Did she make any motions with her hands?
Yeah, like just kind of like, finger over the lips, like kind of like keep it hush, like that kind of thing.
So she told you not to report anything you may have heard about arguments or yelling or fighting, anything going on over there?
Yeah.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
I do, yeah.
And what about that evening sticks out to you?
That sticks out to me from that night was literally just there was a very, very loud noise that I heard that was loud and powerful enough to shake my bedroom wall. And I remember that because I was sitting on my bed on FaceTime with my girlfriend at the time, and I literally felt the wall shake and it stopped me mid-conversation. And she even asked me through the computer, like, what was that? And I was like, I have no idea.
Did you hear any yelling coming from their apartment on that night?
Before that, yeah, like it was just arguing kind of stuff.
What was the last thing you heard?
The last thing I heard was like the loud noise and just a little bit of shuffling, and that was kind of it. It just kind of went silent after that.
Did you hear anything that was being said?
Not clearly, and it was never really anything clear. It was just like you could hear arguing back and forth, just kind of like and kind of like an I hate you, like it's whatever it is, whatever the argument was about kind of thing. At the time, that's really all it was, but it was never really clear enough to hear like the full argument. And honestly, I never really paid attention too much to it. If I heard it, I kind of stepped into my living room to be further away from it. So.
Did you hear both the defendant's voice and also George Torres's voice?
Yeah, all the time. It was like a back and forth. Yeah.
So other than the statements and the phrases of I hate you, you weren't able to discern the contents of this argument?
No.
He's not talking about one argument in particular. He's talking about the fact that they did this all the time. You can tell he slips back into these generalities because you get the impression that this happened quite often. And he's rather believable in that regard. Like the one thing that he testifies to, not so much about what was being discussed, but the noise. So that's the crux of his testimony. They don't really cross him very much. I think they actually don't cross him at all. And
They
then
don't cross much at all because they can't. All the questions they want to ask, they just can't.
they can't get into it.
Yeah.
Prior, they want to get into the you've seen Sarah with a bruise. They want to get into you've seen this happen. They want to get into that, but they can't get into it. So
Yeah.
now we get Brandon Motes, who's literally like, if I don't give a fuck was a person, this dude is just the embodiment of it. He is. This is the roommate. Both of these guys were great.
What were you doing?
Like,
as far as work and school.
I was just going to school. During the time of this, I would have just been going to school. I don't think I would have had my job yet. I was just a student.
Did you have much interaction with the defendant or with George Torres in this case?
Honestly, I avoided them as much as possible usually.
The apartment where you lived, tell us, how would you describe the walls that separated the units?
Yeah, I remember that my bedroom was like the...
Answer this question for someone who's tuning a little bit late. Zombios, they can't get into it because there has not been sufficient factual predicate for them to go into any history of the victim. You can't raise that issue until you get to a factual predicate that allows you to say that this act was done in self-defense. So they haven't gotten there. That factual foundation hasn't been laid. So you can't go in with this witness and try to elicit that testimony because it can't be. The door hasn't been opened yet, basically. That's getting everyone caught up. Door is still shut.
Front-facing bedroom, and our walls shared a wall with where their staircase was. So like the way the apartments were laid out, we had a one-story apartment, they had a two-story apartment. So they had a staircase running right next to the walls next to like our bedrooms.
Would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling going on inside of the defendant's apartment?
Yes, the walls were pretty thin. So if people were yelling, you definitely hear it.
And how often would you hear arguments or disagreements going on over there?
When I first moved in, it was it was at least like once a week, to the point that I started tuning them out. Like I got good enough at just like not listening to them. They argued very, very often.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, could you hear arguing going on in their unit?
Not late into the evening, earlier into the evening, probably like 7, 8 o'clock. That evening, probably like earlier on, I could hear arguing.
And where were you inside of your apartment?
I would have been in my bedroom pretty much all night. And
your bedroom, just so that we can paint the picture Oh, where would that, would that have been on the first floor or the second floor?
We had a first floor apartment.
Okay, so all the units were, or all the bedrooms were on the first floor?
Yeah, like I was saying before, we had a 1-story apartment, and then they next door had like a 2-story townhouse. So we
Love this, dude. Clap back at the lawyer. Yeah, like you probably weren't listening because I gave you the answer a minute ago. So I'm going to give you it again, just in case you didn't hear it the first time. And I'll use the same illustrators. And this time I'll use my hands so that you, Mr. Lawyer, can catch up to where I am because I'm ready to go to the next topic. It's great.
Yep.
we only had the 1 floor.
Understood. And at a certain point in the evening, did you hear a loud crashing sound?
Yeah, probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock that evening.
And can you describe that sound for us in more detail?
I mean, yeah, literally, like I said, at like 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's the way their staircase was set up. I could, my bedroom, the top of their staircase would have been like above my ceiling, and it ends next to where like my roommate's apartment was. So I could hear something start above me super loud and then fall away from me like it was falling down the stairs.
And that right there is a remarkable way of describing something falling down the stairs without going into speculation and without doing all of that, and doing it in a fashion that is just, I mean, you could not have scripted that better as far as a response is concerned, to try and get the conclusion in the jury's mind that, oh shit, this is a suitcase rolling down the stairs. Like, that was perfect. And it's not even just perfect. It doesn't sound scripted. So now in my head, I am now visualizing this suitcase rolling down the damn stairs after a fight that occurred 3 hours prior. And both witnesses have testified to this noise. And this witness in particular highlighted, oh, by the way, the stairs are right here. And I heard something go from here down to over there, like it was tumbling down the stairs. Good.
Yeah.
Good luck getting out of that one.
Did this affect the walls that were between your two apartments?
Oh yeah, me and my roommate. I remember me and my roommate talking the next day about like we could literally like it shook both of our rooms.
Did you ever have occasion to talk with the defendant about what happened?
I never saw her after that. She would have. Yeah, I never saw her after that happened.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
I love that the prosecution just gets right to the point and then finishes. Like,
Get
cool.
out.
Yep.
Yeah, nothing extraneous. No long 3-hour narrative. We're moving along. Now the defense has to annihilate this guy, but they can't. Sorry, Ian, go.
I'm guessing the problem is these guys are just, they got no skin in the game, right? They've got nothing to, like, they've got no reason to be annoyed here. It's just like, or to anything. So it's just like, oh yeah, who cares, right? There's no really real angle to take a shot at this guy.
Mm-hmm. Did you notice this too?
Yeah.
No, what if anything? You see?
Well, because he doesn't need it, because he's competent.
It is
well,
possible,
the thing is
folks. We've
what
talked
if
about
anything? What if anything is a crutch? It lets you get past some difficult places where you really want to lead, but but this guy doesn't need the crutch. He doesn't rely on it the way like Lally leans on it heavily, right? So
who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance?
Yeah. Who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance? Is just like, oh.
Yeah. No, it's ask the questions, get the answers, get the fuck out. It's well done. Now the defense needs to cross this guy, needs to start doing damage to his reputation or his credibility.
There's no way to take a shot at this guy.
You're screwed. he's like the perfect witness.
These sort of I don't give a fuck, adjacent people can be the worst case scenario because there's just nothing to, to stick them with usually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, isn't it true you have literally no reason to lie about this and you have no stake in the outcome?
Seems like you're being really quick with your responses. Yeah, because you're not that fucking complicated.
Yeah.
Like you're asking me what I heard. I'm telling you what I heard. Why are you asking me like I didn't hear what I just did? Everyone knows what something sounds like falling down the fucking stairs. Like, we're not idiots.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you were asked by the state if you ever had any interactions with Sarah Boone or George Torres. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you said you tried to avoid them.
Yeah. I don't like drunk people, and they were drunk a lot, so I did not interact with them.
He's basically like, they were a whole mess, sir.
This is why you don't ask questions in a quasi open-ended. Oh my god, that is so damaging.
The thing is, it isn't though. It doesn't really hurt the defense because both of them being drunks isn't a problem for the defense because really that's kind of their case. They laid that out in the opening, right? That they both like to drink. But it is just like, it's just such a clear, honest answer. And it's like, right.
I was listening to that like first time through at 2 times speed. That was at 1.25. I think I got to hear this thing at normal speed just because that tone is phenomenal.
Oh, yeah.
Hang on. Let me rewind and see if I can't hear.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said you tried to avoid them.
Yeah. I don't like drunk people, and they were drunk a lot, so I did not interact with them.
Okay. Do you remember?
It's so much better. That was perfect. This dude talks quick, so I've got him at 1.25 because we're just gonna try to chug along, but it just a perfect answer.
Oh yeah, I mean,
you remember this interaction with Sarah Boone in 2009 when you woke up and witnessed Sarah?
I would have been 9 years old in 2009.
I'm sorry, 2000.
Excuse me. How the fuck did you do that? The question had not left his lips and he had done the math. How do you do that? I don't know how old I was in 2009.
Easy. He was born in 2000. So I would have been 9 in 2009 is real fucking simple math. It's just take the last digit.
That's fair.
I could do that one with lawyer math skills.
I think I still would have struggled a little bit.
No, you wouldn't have.
Yeah. But he shot right back. I mean, that was quick. I would have been 9 years old. I mean, if I have a witness respond to me that quickly, I am immediately dropping all questions and getting the fuck out of there. There is no way.
He needs to pull the ripcord and get out of here. Oh, and hey, Law Talk with Mike. Good to see you,
bud. You're welcome to join if you want. It's boring, but you're welcome to join. Yeah, the second a witness comes back at you like that, it is nope, panic button, get out. Anything you thought you were going to get, you're not going to get. Not with a witness who's that quick.
The thing is that this this witness isn't hostile to the defense.
No.
Like, it's not like he's trying to burn the defense down. He's just super honest. And so he's like, no, I'm not putting up with your shit. So, yeah.
2019 catch. In 2019, when you woke up and witnessed Sarah sleeping on the concrete patio.
Oh, this may have been a slight misconception in how I said this. I never woke up and saw her sitting on the patio myself. That I would have seen her on the patio eventually, but it's not like I woke up and went back and saw her on the patio. This was my roommate relaying the story that she had fallen asleep on the back patio, and then I saw her.
So you did not witness that yourself, or did you see her?
I saw her asleep on the back patio. I was just clearing up the sequence of events there.
Okay, thank you. Another time, do you recall our interaction with Miss Boone when you were coming home from school and she was trying to talk to you and she seemed paranoid and rambling?
Yeah, I had gotten locked out of my apartment, so I was waiting on the steps waiting on the steps outside of my apartment for my roommate to get home. So she came up and started talking to me. I don't really remember too many details of what she was saying, but because I didn't want to talk to her. But yeah.
Okay. Do you remember saying that you believe Sarah was avoiding going into her apartment?
That's definitely the vibe. I don't remember what she was saying, but the vibe she was giving off was that she didn't want to go home.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean, defense can get some good stuff out of him too, because he's not.
Other
he
than
doesn't
Boone,
care.
which was like 10 something. Initially, it was around the 7 p.m. You heard arguing.
It would have, yeah, because it would have been. I remember that day I got home from class around 5 because I got out of class around 4:30 usually and walked home. So I would have gotten home around 5:30, and it would have been after I took, because I came home, I made myself lunch and I took a shower, and then I heard all of their arguing. So it would have been about an hour and a half, 2 hours after I got home. So around 7 to 8 o'clock.
Okay. And during that time, when you say arguing, was it back and forth?
Honestly, I wouldn't really be able to say if it was back and forth. I don't know I wouldn't remember too vividly if it was back and forth.
Let me ask you this. Did you hear a male voice?
Yes, I heard a male voice.
Did you hear a female voice?
Yes.
Okay. Were they both loud?
Yes.
Okay.
Good questioning. Good way to redirect the witness. That was good.
Yep.
If I can confirm.
I mean, this lawyer doesn't suck. He's just dealing with a shitty case.
He does it in a good fashion. What you don't understand is that could have been very adversarial. It wasn't. He was trying to get in that they were both arguing, and the witness was not really giving it to him in that fashion. So what he did was he broke the question down into lower, more simple questions that weren't combative. It was just clarification. It was pretty good. People think that's you see it happen here and you're going, yeah, that's not hard. Wait till you're in court and you face a witness that hasn't given you the answer that you need.
Oh, it's real hard.
It's not easy. No additional questions are asked, and then we basically take a recess and we come back. I mean, like I'm saying, we're flying through these witnesses.
It's only been 3 hours.
So, I mean, it's a remarkably efficient case. I don't know that, but this is how cases are supposed to run.
All right, we're back on the record. State of Florida versus Sarah Boone.
Side note, I love this judge. I freaking love this judge. I would love to argue in front of these judges. This judge is a bullet point judge. I have bullet point judges and paragraph judges. Paragraph judges are important, the narrative is what they focus on. They want to focus on the story. Bullet point judges are, give me the bullet points, tell me what I want to focus on, and if I ask you a question, give me the fucking answer to that question. Don't go past it. I love this judge. These are the judges I do best in front of because it's the style I like so much. So same thing with Judge Ascarati. I love judges like that. So Kranick is phenomenal. He listens, but I made a point earlier where, let's say Judge Kranick and I had a disagreement on an argument of law. I like it because he's going to fight me, but he will let me fight him back. He'll let me argue back really hard. Exactly. He pokes you. He pokes you because he wants to see you fight back. And he wants you to poke holes in his argument. He says, here are the questions that I have. And you better come back and give him answers to those questions. Now he wants to fight you with it, like he wants to argue. It's just so much better. Yeah, so I very much like. People are asking what style is Judge Bev for the Karen Reed case. Oh, she's paragraph. She's not bullet point. She is like,
she is
give her-
finger on the scale. She is
annoyed to be there. Kranick is not annoyed to be there. Kranick is intellectually curious. When he's poking at questions, he wants to hear your answer. He wants to hear you prove him wrong. He doesn't think
and
you
he
can.
changes his mind. Like you can see situations where, you know, he'll get argued into one point versus the other.
Mhm.
You know, as compare and contrast with, you know, Bev has made up her mind before you're done like talking.
Exactly. And she sounds exhausted in the process. Like, it's like, why are you still talking? You know that I've made up my mind. Well, it's just not the case. It's just not the case. Sorry. You know, I understand that that's how you perceive it, but we're not gonna. I can't do that. Kranick wants to have the discussion. Now, he makes it clear when you've lost your argument.
Yeah.
But he still gives you the chance to make it. Like, he still gives you a chance to fight back. So I have appreciated his disposition and the way he handles this trial. I think he's been remarkably patient. He is the very first person to say bless you when anyone sneezes in that audience, which I think is just, it's very courteous. There is a reason why there are trial ad students sitting around him watching. And I think he is perfectly poised to help teach these young lawyers how to do trial advocacy, because I don't see a single thing wrong with how he runs his courtroom. So,
Yep. Well, and this might also be some lessons in how not to do trial advocacy.
well, for parts of it, probably, yeah. But tight run ship. I love tight run ships.
Boone, 2020 CF 2603. Can I get appearances for counsel for the record, starting with counsel for the state?
Dave Kester on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Oldham for Sarah Boone.
Connie Henderson for Sarah Boone. Kevin Beck against Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel table wearing the same black suit and pink blouse from this morning. State, anything we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Can we get the evidence projection system up and can we test it before we
Yes.
go live?
Yes, sir.
He's also good at tech. Like, when it's like lights, tech, he's like, boom, boom, boom. Yes, we got it. Look, perfect. Done.
If you want to test it out, Mr. J.
Ouch.
Call 1 at 12:59 p.m. with a GMT offset of -300 minutes. Call on Monday.
Look at that defense team. Holy shit. 1, 2. That's an associate. 3, 4. And then the guy over here in the computer, who's the, I don't know, maybe their tech guy. Wow. Oh, Sarah. There you go. So we're about to hear 911 calls. Let's get the jury back in. Oh no, Brian Boone. His husband.
Don't raise your right hand, please, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Now you get to answer a question that's been pending. Jules asked this question earlier, and others have as well. There was a contention raised in pretrial arguments on whether they'd be able to get into any of the domestic relations litigation. And any of the paid alimony and whether the alimony should or should not be paid. And someone was asking if your spouse goes to jail and you have an obligation to pay alimony, does that obligation remain? Yes, it does. Obligations to pay support continue until they're modified by a court. So the order is still effective until it's modified. Now, here's the thing. When I file a motion to modify support retroactively, downwardly, in Virginia, I have the ability to go retroactive to the date I file. So let's say that Sarah Boone gets arrested, and then I have the ability to file a motion to modify her alimony payments and basically say, I'm seeking to reduce the alimony being paid to this particular person. Here's where this becomes a problem or a complication. An individual that's incarcerated is deemed to be an incapacitated individual. So they're entitled to representation because they cannot actively participate in the litigation process because they're incarcerated. So when you file a motion like that, trying to terminate spousal support for someone who's in jail, you actually have to ask the judge to appoint them an attorney. In Virginia, it's called a comite. In other states, called guardian ad litem. But you ask the judge to appoint them an attorney to basically represent their personal interest, the interest of their estate, right? So it can become very complicated to seek a downward modification, and that motion could have been pending for a long time because can't afford the comite appointment. There's disposition issues. You can't get a hearing date on this one. And in this particular case, here's the thing. You cannot have the civil matter heard before the criminal matter is disposed of. Why is that? In a motion to modify alimony that would be filed by the husband in this particular case, if Mr. Boone is going to file a motion to terminate his alimony payments, that would require putting Sarah Boone on the stand to testify to her need for the alimony and the circumstances surrounding her living situation right now, which if she was to take the stand and testify in response to these questions in a civil matter, that would be a possible waiver of her Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. So it's routine that we will always continue out these civil proceedings to a date beyond the date when the criminal matter is to be disposed of. So here's why the alimony stuff is a red herring. If he filed a motion to terminate the alimony payments, one, we wouldn't really know that. But if he filed a motion to terminate the alimony payments when she became incarcerated, the court would not hear that motion to modify until there was an ultimate disposition in the criminal matter. And if I were an attorney advising my client, what I would tell them is that for every month that that this was pending, I want them to pay that alimony, but I want them to pay it into a separate account, like an account that's in their name, right? So put it in escrow. So essentially assume that a judge might one day say, nope, you had to pay this the entire time. At that point in time, you are immediately in arrears, hundreds of thousands of dollars if you talk about 4 years. So I want to make sure that's in a separate account that can be paid out, right? So he's not just getting hit with a judgment immediately. So all of this is going on with a motion to terminate the alimony payments. So you can't really say that he's violative of the court's order because it can't be heard yet. I don't like the argument that they're going down as far as the alimony payments. There's nothing that I'm seeing from Mr. Boone that suggests that he's doing anything untoward. If anything, I would advise him to do exactly what he's doing. He's filed a motion to modify. And KPT, the question here you ask is, would the funds be going to escrow? That's essentially what I tell my clients to do. So for every month that they would be obligated to pay support, rather than give the money to her who's going to spend it, put it into a bank account that just sits there. So when a judge says, you haven't paid anything, you said, well, yes, judge, I did. I put it into this account right here. It's sitting right there, ready to go to her. She can't use it in her current location right now, so it's not harming her. Now she's going to respond and say it is because I would have been able to hire an attorney. She's got an attorney. So I don't see anything that he did wrong. I know that there's a motion that he filed to move with the son I cannot see that motion getting denied. But again, she's entitled to representation, and a judge is not going to take the custody issue up until there is until there's an ultimate conclusion on the criminal matter because of that Fifth Amendment privilege. So I hope that gives an explanation, because I saw that question circulating around for quite some time. So I hope that gives a better explanation than we've gotten so far. If there's more about that, you just got to let me know. But that's how the family law issue plays into this particular trial and his testimony. I honestly think that if they want to go down the road of we're going to start questioning the alimony for him, danger Will Robinson, because he testifies very honestly. Like, I have nothing against the way he testifies here. Did you watch his testimony, Ian, earlier?
No, I mean, it was solid.
Yeah. He doesn't really have a dog in this fight. Like, they're going to try and make the case that he does, but he doesn't. He does above and beyond what I would expect any ex-spouse to do.
I mean, he just is like, oh, she is messy. I tried to show up to help. She wanted me to go into the apartment where all the stuff had happened, and I was like, no. So yeah, I mean, that to me just makes sense.
Yep. Oh, Jules explained he did move to North Florida. Yeah. It's fine. If Owens is going to go down that road, here's the thing that sucks. I heard the prosecutor try and argue the motion about whether this information could be dived into or not. Criminal lawyers don't know family law. So when they try to make the argument about what should or shouldn't come in, or the relevance of certain information, and even the Judge Kranick, Judge Kranick was saying, well, was there an order? They're missing the point. They're not articulating it right. So my concern is when Owen starts plowing this territory, that the response needs to be prompt, concise, and accurate in dismissing the argument entirely. So I guess we'll have to see when we'll see when it comes up. But his testimony here is limited in scope. He basically testifies to what transpired that morning, that their custody schedule was such that they were one day with him, one day with her, one day with him, one day with her, one day with him, and then the weekend. So it was basically quick. So,
and that she was kind of awful at like, this is not great for the defense, because what the jury's going to hear is she sucks at, being a parent.
Oh, good. Judge K was a domestic relations judge. Okay. All right. I like that. We need more domestic relations judges that take higher benches. We very much need them, like, a lot. So we need more people that understand family law. I've made this point before. In Fairfax County, the jurisdiction where I am in, 60% of the civil cases that are heard in the circuit court are family law cases. I mean, get that through your head. If a court is divided into two basic areas of law, criminal and civil. Criminal, you hear everything under the sun, but it's all criminal. Civil, you hear contract disputes, business disputes, landlord-tenant, you hear all this junk. If 60% of the cases that you're hearing are family law, we need more people who have experience in that being judges. So, all right, Brian, let's hear from you.
Yes. Sir, good afternoon. You could be seated.
Okay, let's get to the
2020. Did you begin to call the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And approximately what time did you begin to call the defendant?
I think it was like 11 o'clock or something.
Wait, hold up. Is this real? Northwest, I need to know. Did Sarah write letters to the family court judge?
Of course she wrote letters to the family court judge.
Oh my God, I have to find these. Can someone email those to me? lawandlumber@gmail.com, please. I need to read these. No. Oh my God. Okay. You know, that's a decision.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Given what she has said about the criminal case, I can only imagine what those letters say. I am. Oh my God.
Rob, are you losing your mind?
Yes, because I've seen, I think in my experience, I've had like one or two opposing parties write something to the court. It never goes well. And now I'm trying to extrapolate that thought to the gravity of Sarah Boone. And I'm uncomfortable.
Right?
Okay. That's what I was wondering. Alimony. Oh, baby. Yeah, I'm going to read those at some point. I'm going to find them and scream and yell and say lots and lots of profanities because I am just imagining. Okay. We did. Let's leave the cart where it is behind the horse, and we'll get through this testimony, and then I'll find those.
And why was it that you were calling her?
Well, it was going to be Monday. I had him on Sunday and dropped him off at school, and I was going to try and find out if she was going to be actually picking him up that day.
Why would you have a question about whether or not she was picking him up?
She wasn't generally very good about actually getting him on the day she was supposed to.
So it was not uncommon for you to have to remind her to pick him up or to make sure that she was going to pick him up.
Well, I mean, remind or just find out if she was going to, or if she was just going to give him over to me as what happened.
Do you remember at what time on February 24th you actually got in touch with the defendant?
It was like 12:30 or something.
And when you actually got in touch with her, what did she tell you on the phone?
That George was dead, and if I would come over.
Did she say what happened to him?
I don't remember if she told me then on the phone or when I got there, but she told me they had been playing hide and seek and that she fell asleep.
What did you advise her to do?
I told her she needed to call 911 and that I would come over as soon as I could.
And this is on your first phone call here at approximately 12:30.
Yes.
On 2/24/20.
Yes.
Did she call you again while you were en route to her residence?
She did. She called to find out if I was still going to be coming over.
And when you spoke with her while you were en route, what, if anything, did you advise her?
I told her she needed to call 911 and told her I was on my way, but
We got a what if anything. Oh my God, I heard it for the first time. And it wasn't a bad one.
No,
That was
the thing
actually
is,
appropriate.
he
It was
used it when he
appropriately
needs
used.
it, but he doesn't like lean on it.
It was appropriately used. Did you advise her? Like what, if anything at all? Like if you didn't advise her, then tell me you didn't advise her. But what, if anything, did you advise her? That's the appropriate use of the what, if anything. Thank God. I mean, I just. Also, what do you imagine that phone call was like? Like, Sarah, have you called the cops? You call 911? No. Fucking call 911. And then the
Just
second
come
call
over.
happens, and it's, have you called
She was
911?
hoping he'd help her dispose of the body.
Ugh, don't even say that. But you might be.
I am 100% right.
Or
Come
you know
on.
what? No. It was different. It was different. She was hoping, and this is speculation. We're speculating.
Oh, of course.
she was hoping that he would somehow respond in a, oh, he had it coming. You clearly were justified in what you did. And obviously it was completely, because he had beaten you and all these other things. Like
But
she
then
was
she
hoping
was
that he would
hoping
back
he
her
would-
story.
Yeah, and that he would help her just make the body go away.
Maybe.
And I mean, the guy's already packed into a suitcase. It can't be that hard.
Oh, God. Oh.
You just roll him out the door, get caught on the security cameras doing that, go to jail for life. He would have been absolutely fucked if he'd listened to her. But I'm guessing that's what she wanted him to do is. And then when he's like, no, I'm not going in there, she's like, ah, shit, this ain't going to work.
I'm so uncomfortable right now because I really don't want to agree with you. I don't. I'm so
But
uncomfortable.
you know, I'm right.
I know. And the more I think about this, I'm sitting here trying to process it. I'm like, no, she just wants the support. She wants him to justify her conduct. That's my head. My logical head is going, she wants him to justify the conduct that she engaged in. Like she wants him to reinforce it and say, you absolutely did this. You needed to do this. It was 100% defensive. And yes, I'll swear to that to a judge. But a little part of my brain.
She also, I'm betting, wants him to get rid of the body. And not only that, but once like he gets caught on security cameras wheeling the suitcase out, she'd be sitting in court testifying, I had nothing to do with this. It was all my was all my ex.
I don't like this. I don't like this. It feels too true.
Doesn't it?
There's a part of the back of my brain, like the dark part back here is just kind of looking at, and you know what? That part wouldn't be firing off as loud as it is if I hadn't heard the interview tapes or the audio or anything else. Like if I was coming into this fresh, I would be firmly in the camp of she's calling him because she wants him to justify her conduct. Having heard the audio tapes and the interview and all the other stuff, there's a part of me that's going, she really did think that he would do that for her.
Yep.
Wow. And that's why she didn't call until he basically got there.
Yep, that's why she wasn't going to call 911 until he was there, because she wanted to see if she could get him to go and do the things.
The level of fucked up that is, it's beyond. Well, if it's in your head, it's going to be in the jury's head soon.
Mm-hmm.
She needed to get something.
Well, I don't know if the jury's quite as devious as I am, but
they might be. They really might be.
But
And
I like
you know
how
what?
his response was just like, I ain't going in there. I'm not putting my fingerprints in that fucking room.
Well,
Are you kidding me?
This is when we talk about the DV victim on the jury, this is one of the risks. Because let's say that hypothetically this DV victim has on occasion thought about responding to the violence that was inflicted upon them with violence and what would happen. And you can probably contemplate that while she or he would never admit it openly, like actually openly say it about disposing of the body so it'd never be found, it's been thought of. So now it's in the mind of one of the jurors, theoretically. And Jules is saying it's during this time the jurors started taking notes. I would too. I am now remarkably curious.
And I mean, this guy just seems like such a marshmallow, right?
Yeah, I can. Here's the thing. Family law is ugly. I imagine their divorce was not pretty. I really imagine that divorce was not friendly, pretty. I imagine there was gaslighting. I imagine there was yelling. I imagine it probably happened in both directions at some time. I have no clue. So
Mm-hmm.
and their child was 9 years old at the time, right? 9. Oh,
And the
baby.
thing is, you know, the DV victim on the, you know, on that panel. Here's the thing I think about is that, like, a lot of DV victims, the thing that holds them in place is their kids, right? And they're like, I'll do anything for my kids. They may be judging hugely on the basis of, oh, well, you couldn't even be relied upon to pick up your kids.
Oh yeah, no, I'm already there.
You know, somebody who's like, I was taking a beating to, you know, stay with my kids is gonna be all manner of judgment right now.
You know, J. Michael Oren, good point. And I apologize for the conflation of terms. DV survivor, people who have had domestic violence as a part of their life.
No, that's fair.
I get it. I don't mean to say it that way. It's not the victim mentality, and I hope you don't perceive it that way when I talk about it this way. It's just, it's trying to explain how what people might commonly assume this person would be thinking is oftentimes not what they are thinking, and how much prosecutors and defense counsel can completely miss the mark in making an argument, like we talked about with opening statements. So I now have a different understanding, and now I completely understand why you didn't go in the house. Oh, baby, I am with you now.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
would
would
tell
you
her
have
to.
gone in that house?
Fuck no. No fucking way.
Oh, somebody's like, oh yeah, there's a dead body in here. Go, you know, let's go have a look. I'd be like, oh yeah, go fuck yourself, because there's no way I'm going. Because the thing is you are basically a DNA distribution system. You lose hair, you lose skin particles, you lose saliva. You know, everything you do, you're sprinkling DNA all over the place. And the last thing you want is to be DNAing all over a crime scene in any fashion.
Anywhere near that.
Yep.
No, nowhere near that. Miss me with that shit. Like, go away. Okay.
How long did it take you to arrive at her residence?
From the first phone call, or?
Yes, from the first one.
I mean, I live a minute or two drive away, but I had to get my puppy. We had just gotten a puppy recently. I had to get him in his crate and stuff like that and put something on because I was working from home. And
that was so relatable.
Total.
It kind of was, but also in my mind, I'm going, sir.
Did you just tell the world that you were working from home?
Well, also, like, sir, did you not just hear the whole like dead body thing, like that comment, like?
Well, that's not something you want to show up to in, like,
record
your
time.
You're going to a dead body. You got to put some pants on. That is a pants on scenario. Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah. No, it's a correct scenario. You want to be put together because you know you're going to be interviewed by the fucking cops. Also, isn't a part of you just going, did I just hear what I fucking heard? Like, did I just hear out loud what I heard on this phone, which was we were playing hide and seek and he's dead?
I mean, I would just be like, what the hell, right?
So yeah, it would take me a minute to get through to get there. Yeah. And you're right. You don't want to be pantsless when you're in that occasion or on that.
I mean, I gotta say, I'd probably have told her, listen, I'll be there as soon as I can. And
which is never.
I would have called the cops. And I would have said, hey, my ex just called me. She says her new boyfriend is at the house dead.
Yeah.
She's asked me to go over there. I want you to be there before I get there.
Yeah.
Right? I'm happy to help answer questions and whatever, but really this is a you guys problem and not a me problem. Because
I like this one. How about this one? I would have spun it this way. Tell me how this plays for you. Oh my gosh, that sounds very terrible. Have you started chest compressions? No, you should do that. While you're doing that, because your hands are occupied, I'll call 911. You do chest compressions and I'll call 911 to make sure they get there.
I don't think I'd even do that. I'd just be like, I'm on my way. I'm driving right now. Click 911. You'll never believe this, but I have some serious what the fuck for you. Not only do I have the top of the priority list, but I have the top of the priority list and the story you're going to be telling your friends over drinks for the next 6 months.
Yeah. Operator, let me tell you about this game of hide and seek. And it just ended in a surprise fashion. So here's the address.
The prosecutor made this joke in a previous motions hearing where it was like, I think that they may have been a little confused about the rules of hide and seek. And I'm like, I agree, because hide and seek is not normally a game you play to the death. So
there was a movie that's a terrible, terrible D-rate movie that I have watched that's actually really funny. But yeah, I concur. So
time, maybe 10 minutes.
When you arrived at her apartment,
I love that he says all the stuff that he has to do, and he says maybe 10 minutes. That's fast, sir. You just said like you had to do all these things, and you got there in maybe 10 minutes. Cheers! Like I thought you were going to say,
especially when step one is get a puppy into a crate.
No,
you know, if step one for me is Zora's got to be in a crate.
What happened? Step one is process the phone call you just heard, then get Zora into a crate.
If step one for me was Zora has to be in a crate, I'm not showing up for like the next 6 hours. It's just like, sorry.
Yeah.
Tell us what she told you when you arrived.
I mean, George was dead, and I don't remember if she told me now or before that they had been playing hide and seek and she fell asleep. But I at that time told her again she needed to get 911 called to get somebody over there.
Had she called 911 at this point?
No, she had not.
So you advised her now 3 times to call.
Yes.
Did you go inside of her apartment?
I walked in the front door into the little tiled area, like entranceway thing.
What, if anything, did you observe when you made it to that point?
Looking into the living room, I could see like the end of his feet and maybe a little bit of some legs that were kind of coming out around the backside of the kitchen area.
Did you continue to go into the apartment?
No.
Where did you go?
Sarah told me she was going to call 911 and go outside and have a cigarette and a drink and asked me to come out there with her. And I told her that I didn't really feel comfortable being inside.
I told her that fuck no.
Hold the fuck on. Wait, hold the fuck up. No, sorry, finish your thought because my brain just exploded. Go ahead.
Well, like somebody's like, oh yeah, I want you to come in with a dead body. It's like the correct answer is no.
No,
no is not just a complete sentence. It can also be with emphasis.
now I am 100% in your camp on this because
Right? She's like,
The-
hey,
the-
why don't you
the
come get the
outside and have a cigarette with me and let's talk through this.
yeah.
And he's like, how about 911? So
And she's like, no. I would really like it very much, please, if you could put some DNA on things.
and we'll come outside and have a cigarette with me and let me explain to you while I'm having a cigarette why we should make this body disappear.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Like she wants some time to talk to him and, get it all nailed down. And, like she absolutely wants to, that's absolutely what she wants, right?
Midday gator feeding.
Yeah. Just like, come on, let's do this.
He's already, oh God, you said that now my head's already there too. And he's like, there's a body on the fucking floor. And no, like we're not jamming out to hard rock, like bodies hit the floor. There's an actual body on the floor right there. I'm looking at it.
Yeah. The bodies have hit the floor and it's not a good song this time.
No, it's right there. I can see the shoes. So yeah, I mean, the one mistake he made was stepping in the door. I don't think it was a mistake though, because he saw the shoes and quickly corrected himself and was like, nope, miss me with this shit. I'm going outside and I'm gonna sit in
That
my
is
car
some
with
next
the cops
level.
back.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself. I gotta say.
Yep. That was the appropriate thought process. Very rarely can we celebrate when someone engages in that mental chess game and they're like, I'm not doing this.
Yep.
So J. Michael RN, RDV survivor, thank you for the very generous membership gifting. That is remarkably kind for you to grow this community that way. Thank you for doing that and for being here, showing up. And I'm glad that you're still here. Hopefully I think you're probably working right now. So hopefully the ship's going quick. Thank you for being here and for that. And same Big Dog, thank you for both becoming a member and for the gifted memberships. That is really remarkable. You guys grow this community. I'm just here hanging out with my friend talking about law stuff and talking about how one does not just openly talk about a body on the floor and what to do with it. Yeah. Big Dog, again, more gifted memberships. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so let's see what Pragmatic Brian decides to do, because pragmatism ends up being his skill, apparently.
I went out front and got in my car and waited for
Kind of a
people to show up.
superpower.
Yeah.
Did you witness the defendant call 911?
I think I was in there when she dialed it and first got somebody on the phone, but I wasn't there for the whole conversation. No, I was outside.
Did you stay there at the scene while police arrived?
Yes, I was there. I was part of it. I knew I'd have to talk to somebody, so
Did you talk with law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
We want to reserve our questions for when we call him in our case.
You see that, Owens? You little sneaky shit. You.
Well, the thing is he's got all the questions he wants to ask.
I know. It was a nice little. That's objectionable. So, no, you can't really give that type of remark to the jury that they will be hearing from this individual again. But Owen slipped it in. Good move.
I didn't really hate it.
It was a nice move. It was a little underhanded, but it was a good move. No, Judge, we'll grill him next time we have him on the stand. What a dick. Oh, it's good. Oh, and look at his face back. I just caught that. He's kind of going, really, asshole? Oh, great. Why not cross him? What are you
Because they
gonna cross?
can't ask any of the questions they want to ask.
Yeah, what are you going to cross? There's nothing to cross.
All the
every
questions they want to
question-
ask right now are
Yep.
stuff they can't.
And every question you ask him, let's say hypothetically speaking, that you ask him to specify what was said on that phone call, and you really don't want the answer to be more elaborate than what it was. Let's say that you ask him a question about why didn't he go in the house, and he all of a sudden blurts out because she wanted me to hide the fucking body. That's why you don't tread this territory. You run the fuck away. So it was a smart play not to do cross on that because there's nothing you're getting out of it. God, but it would have been very fascinating to see them step into it and ask one of those really, really, really stupid questions. So they want to put him on the stand in their case. And here's the problem. The prosecutor gets to lead him. So
I would have just said, like, we need him on recall, but
oh, now do we have 911 call? Oh, I think now we get 911.
Yep.
100 minutes. Call on.
Yep.
I fell asleep and I woke up and he had seen kind of thing. I don't know where that is.
Okay. So this is also why this prosecution's done a really good job. Really good job. Because everything is chronological and you get just what you need out of the witness to lay the chronological timeline, just boom, 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 boom. So you now have a very perfectly laid out case of, yes, we know a little bit of backstory. We know what transpired. They purchased wine prior to from the grocery store. We have the 911 dispatcher who's testified that you're going to hear the call. So you now know you're going to hear the call. So then you hear the two roommates laying the foundation to, oh shit, we heard some stuff that night. Then you hear the testimony from Brian Boone, like make the fucking call, and how she hasn't made it 3 times. Like he's told her 3 times to make the call 911, and she hasn't. So perfect foundation being laid, just wonderful, linear, beautiful, well executed. You take 10 minutes doing it. I mean, the video says 5 hours and 36 minutes. It's actually been like 3 hours of court time total, 2 hours court time. And now you have the 911 call. So now you have the context laid for what we are now, based on the prosecutor's opening statement, supposed to hear as being not a concerned, but instead a frustrated or annoyed 911 call. So I will play this at real-time speed for the parts I'm going to play, so you can tell me whether you are hearing concern, frustration, or anything. Well, we're not going to hear anything with the spinning wheel, but
Location ready.
That's good. No, please don't leave. 4748 Friends Lane, apartment 3, France Court. France Court? Yes.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
Okay, right.
It's Gilwood Park Apartment.
Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in a case when we were playing. And
is it a little weird that she's playing hide and seek?
so
yes.
I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was studying the case, so I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Holy shit. Okay, I listened to this at 2x. I woke up. I don't know what happened. I fell asleep. I woke up and he was dead in a suitcase. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, that's not a great.
It's not the best opening. Yes, Ian, you asked a question about the hide and seek thing.
Isn't that
Let me
a
ask
little
you,
odd? Like,
do you
their
and Mr. Bronco
activities
play hide and seek in the house ever?
No. It would also be really short because we both really know the house pretty well.
Yeah.
But the
'Cause
other
you
thing is, like, the other
live
things
there.
they do are like they They do arts and crafts. They do puzzles.
No,
And I'm like,
that part I get. That part I actually understand, because there's actually you ever hear play therapy with kids, like how engaging in the process of having a child play a game and then talking to them while they're playing the game, you've distracted one part of their mind where you can actually have a communication. That existed with adults too. Now, do I think that Sarah Boone is
just usually adults don't describe
that
it
method?
as
No, they don't usually describe it that way.
like usually adults describe it as like, we're going to do, I'm going to go do leather work, not I'm going to go do arts and crafts, right?
How dare you? I do arts and crafts all the time with my stepkids.
You see? Like, it just struck me as really kind of weirdly, like, just a weird description of things.
It's always been weird. And this is what I said at the beginning. Like, imagine you're the 911 dispatcher. It's like, what did you just say? Like, what did you just say?
Yeah.
You've said hide and seek 3 times and then dead in a suitcase. Oh.
It's a bit odd.
And then back on the hide and seek part. You live in the house.
Yeah. Well, and we get the sense that it's not like a really nice apartment, right? Because it's it's one of these apartments where you can sort of sneeze through the wall.
Yeah. It's 2 stories though. There's upstairs and a downstairs.
Okay, fair.
But
I was just thinking that there wouldn't be that much room in it for activities.
But there's an upstairs and a downstairs.
Yeah, maybe there's a fair bit. I don't know.
I mean, no, I'm not saying it that way. I'm saying like there's only 2 floors that you could be on.
Yeah.
And you're a full grown adult. Like you're an
Although
adult.
he does fit into a suitcase.
True. And I can honestly say that I would never in my wildest dreams like check a suitcase for hiding a human.
I mean, I wouldn't check a suitcase for hiding a live human.
But
like if I was searching for
a human that was no longer with us or might be in different pieces, yeah. But like hide and seek is a game that I play with the minis.
Yeah.
Because I love them, but they're small and they have not reached the whole I understand logic in the hiding process where they're still hiding behind curtains or in closets. And it's like, I know you're there because by process of elimination, you're not in the grander room as a whole, which means you're likely in the closet or the one area where you can hide yourself.
Right?
So this has never felt right to me. And I've always wondered. Part that drives me nuts is I want to know the real fucking story. I want to know what really happened. And we're never going to get it because the hide and seek thing is just what's going to happen. Like that's just what we're going to be led to be told. She's never going to depart from the hide and seek.
And it's so weird.
Now, listen to how often she says it.
I think she just was really lacking some other story and came up with hide and seek.
And that's what I'm wondering. Is the hide and seek something that she just committed to?
Committed is an interesting choice in this particular context, but
is it something she committed to? Could be.
Just some might say she should be committed.
Well.
Okay, what's your apartment number? 3. I know number 3. Yes, like he had like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know, like, he had like an aneurysm on the what, nothing.
Right, okay, all right, okay, so we're getting up to 13. All right, okay. Okay,
Now?
okay, yeah, man, so we're on our way up there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay, you hanging from somewhere or what, man?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Okay.
We learned that that's bullshit. Well, we at some point discovered that.
So he was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay, how old is he working there? 42-year-old man. All right. Okay, we're setting up on the sheriff's office around there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. All right, listen to me. Okay, that you need to confirm this. No, right, I understand. You need to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all?
No, he's purple.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor, flat on his back for you, okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I tried giving him CPR.
I like how she's like, sir, he did.
Do you know how much time has passed since, like, right now, both phone calls have transpired. The 10 minutes have elapsed. We are now at least 20 minutes after the time that she is saying that she found him and called her ex-husband.
Mm-hmm. He is at this point very dead.
Very much dead. So there's a part of me that understands, like, when she's like, can you just get somebody here because this person's dead? But
yeah, he's not getting any less dead in the next, like,
yeah. But then the other part of me is also sitting there going, you're speaking with this exigency, like, oh my God, you have to come and try to save this person that I'm telling you is dead after I called you 20 minutes after discovering him not breathing and purple and stiff.
I mean, what are you going to say, right? I don't know. She's got this weird mix of, like, this is urgent, you need to get here now, along with, yeah, it, like, CPR ain't going to do it. So,
like,
if she knows CPR isn't going to do it, what exactly is she hoping for? Is she like, please send a fucking wizard? Like, I don't know.
I didn't have healing spells in my bingo card tonight.
But, like, what else would you do to try to, you know, if you know CPR ain't going to do it, what's the goal? What's the end game on this one?
Has she reconstructed the night in her head yet at this point, do you think?
I don't know how good her planning is. So maybe.
But she landed, like she spun the wheel and she landed on hide and seek.
I mean, yeah. I'm trying to apply logic to this, and the problem is that, like, logic doesn't work here because all of this is stupid.
Yeah. Alita says, thank you for the very generous super chat, by the way. I think his attitude is Sarah, this is as to Brian Boone, Sarah calling, and that she would be the only person who could possibly play hide and seek, finishing with a dead body. You know what? That's probably not far off. Like, of course she's telling me the truth, because this is the only person I could ever think of that would actually somehow this could happen to.
No, that's fair.
Which is creepy. Noel Nadun. Two drunk people sitting around looking at a suitcase. First goes, I bet you couldn't fit in there. Second goes, I bet I could. Okay, bottle of wine says you can't. That part, see, that part I would understand. It's like we were joking, and he's this small guy, and I was telling him he's lost a lot of weight recently, and he's like, no, I haven't. I'm like, yeah, you could probably fit in that suitcase. No, I probably couldn't fit. Want to bet? And then that's a more plausible story. But this,
I mean, nothing about it makes a whole lot of sense.
Okay, listen, you did the fair share of the bills. I need you to get it for me, okay?
What is it?
Is he available?
No.
All right, you right by him now?
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am, listen, so listen, is he cold and stiff?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
it's the first gesture I've seen from her the entire trial. Ready?
All right, you right by him now?
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am, listen, so listen, is he cold and stiff?
I mean, if I was her lawyer, I'd be telling her to do her best impression of dude in a suitcase.
She's dismissive of it. She was back then. She is now too. She's dismissing the comment. She dismisses it when he says it verbally. And then when she shakes her head here, she's dismissing it again.
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
So you're right by him now. Also, what's with she's cameraman doesn't need to focus on her that much. Like, it's bothering me a little bit, but
Ma'am, listen.
I mean, if I'm ever presiding over a televised trial, you better know I'm telling them where they can focus and where they can't.
yeah. I mean, here's the problem. It's an audio. There's no witness on the stand, so you can't focus on the witness. We're going to look at the seal. I guess you could. But look, so when you get to the point where he cuts her off.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's not necessarily cold, but it's stiff.
Right, okay. All right, now, listen, I want you to lay flat and back for me on the floor.
I did.
Removing the clothes, okay?
Oh, come on.
Yes, I did.
All right, okay. Wait.
Stiff and purple.
Right, okay, listen, okay, man, that's fine. We're still going to put compression to him, okay? All right? If you look your hand on his breastbone, right
Purple,
instead of the chest,
like,
right between the
not my
nipples.
favorite people
Put
color.
your hands up on that hand.
Betty, I'm telling you. Just like that, and you tell.
Okay.
Please, okay, your girdle.
Okay, listen to me. All right, I want you to place the heel of your hand. Okay, right between his chest, right between his breastbones. Put your hand, put your
Celine makes a point that I oftentimes tell all of my clients that if you get to a point in testimony, and I will tell them when the opposing party, because I do domestic relations, like when the other side is on the stand, I don't want them looking at the other side. I don't want them looking at the judge. I want them looking at their fucking notepad. I want you looking at your notepad. I don't want you looking up. I want you looking at your notepad and taking notes. That would have been a better move. Like, just look down.
hands up on that hand. We want to pump his chest to be hard and fast. Going to do it twice per second.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, no, just keep on pumping. That's all you need to do for me. Keep on pumping his chest for me. I don't need you to stop and talk or anything. I just want you to count out loud for me, okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Do you think she's actually doing chest compressions here?
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Or is she just counting?
Let me slow it back down. I'm at normal. No fucking way. If I'm at normal speed, no way.
Yeah, I don't think she's doing chest compressions. I think she's just counting.
You don't hear any exertion. Nothing.
Yeah.
And it's too fast. And she's not losing breath.
15. But this is like,
And she stops and cuts it off. Yeah, no fucking way.
Okay, man, just keep on pumping his chest. That's all you need to do for me, okay?
yes. Come on, please, hurry up.
Okay, ma'am, they're driving here as fast as they can. Okay, don't stop to say hurry up. Just keep on pumping and counting.
I'm still doing what I'm telling you, okay?
Okay.
He doesn't believe she's doing it either.
With you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, no fucking way. Are you kidding me? No way. Not.
Yeah. She's faking it.
That first go round felt more believable because there was emphasis, like 1, 2, 3. That felt more believable, but then she has this blow up of like, just get here. And now you hear this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, please hurry.
Okay, man, they're getting there as fast as they can.
She's like, please hurry. I'm running out of numbers I know.
Okay. Please open the chest for me, ma'am.
I'm still doing it, okay?
Was that a jerk comment?
Oh my God. That's so terrible. No, I'm listening to her. I'm still doing it, okay? So full of shit. It's so full of shit. But a part of me is also, why play? Why? But then again, I understand why someone might if they're freaking out about getting in trouble. I think the entire time she's freaking out about getting in trouble. And she's trying to figure out how to get out of it. So she's like, the entire time she's trying to say, well, I'll do the compressions and I'll make it sound like I'm doing the compressions. None of this makes sense. And now he starts to talk he starts to give her the cadence. But you don't hear anything. Let me give it like if I'm doing compressions and there's a phone near me, right? So I'm holding a phone. That's the other part. Is she on Bluetooth right now? Because that phone's right up against her face when she's on the phone. So does she have AirPods in when she's talking to 911?
Or she's just holding the phone.
Or is she holding the phone? And if she's holding the phone, is she giving one arm compressions? Because I'll tell you what that would sound like. That's basically like 1, 2, like you're moving in and away from the microphone. And I'm sorry, Julia, 543, that's not speakerphone. Speakerphone, there would be more, it'd sound more distant. It would absolutely sound more distant.
You'd also hear more, like if she's on speakerphone,
Background.
then she's
You would hear
definitely
the
not. Yeah, she's definitely not doing compressions because you'd hear all that shuffling and moving and No fucking way. This phone is held up to her face. She's on the phone. She's not on speakerphone. She's got it right here. If anything, she's doing like 1, 2, 3. I could see that she might be like, having it pinched between, but then
in which case
you're going to drop it.
And you wouldn't just drop it. You would hear the phone mic rub against the cheek. Like, for example, if I rub against the microphone, like you're going to hear it. So I just don't, it's not possible. Colleen probably hits it right on the point. You'd hear Brian rolling his eyes. Brian is probably in his car right now. Brian is probably like, I'm not taking a part of this. I'm not going to be a part of this shit. And then the other part is she knows it's useless. He's been dead for hours. I get it. But putting up the charade is something else, and it's not going to play well.
I did hear
Right, okay, that's fine.
I heard at one point a 911 tape where a guy says, come here quick, this guy's dead. And the what do you call it? The 911 guy is like, oh well, you've got to start, CPR. And he's like, that's not gonna help. the guy's like, no, you have to start CPR. And the guy's like, that is not going to help. Stop telling me to do CPR. It's not going to help. And the guy's like, well, how do you know it's not going to help? And it's like, because the guy's head was shot off with a shotgun. He ends at the neck. Like, I'm not doing CPR on this guy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, fair. So,
Good point,
yeah.
Coach Dragon. She has to pretend she doesn't know when he passed.
You did a good job. Just keep on doing it for me. All right, they're getting there as fast as they can, along with the sheriff's office also, okay? Keep on pumping, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, man.
I'm doing it, okay? We're playing hide and seek.
All right, I understand. All right, just keep on pumping for me, okay? Okay.
I need to hurry.
All right, okay.
Horrible. This is horrific. What happened? Like, what happened?
Okay, man, keep on pumping the chest for me, okay? They're in the parking lot. They should be up there shortly, okay?
We are 30 minutes into this crisis. Like at this point in time, you are this whole what has happened? Like, what's happened? Oh my God, this is horrible. Now that's to be left for argument at closing, but I feel like I can make a pretty compelling argument at closing. Yellow pill NP. I've done many chest compressions. Absolutely no way. The counting gets less audible, not louder when you're so out of breath. Yes, you actually stop counting. Like people stop counting and they just start huffing. It's not fucking chest compressions are not easy. They're not supposed to be. They're supposed to be hard. So Turd Ferguson, member for 12 months, 1 year freebie. I hope I say something intelligent.
Now that's a reused joke because he used that on my.
It's still just as effective.
It's still funny.
And remarkably funny.
I'm still doing it, okay?
Okay, good. And you found them in a suitcase, you said?
Yes. We were playing hide and seek last night. I fell asleep. I think that's true.
Right, just keep on pumping the chest until they finish over,
I
okay?
am.
Okay. Okay.
I am.
Okay.
Okay. Come in. Can I stop pumping now?
Let that take over for you, okay?
When was the last time anybody saw him? Last night. We were playing hide and seek. He was in the cafeteria. Okay. Unfortunately, he stood down too long to try to keep recording.
All right. Then we get the building manager. So the other, this was a good point here by Stacy. Do you remember the windshield wipers and I won't call on the Karen Reed on the phone? Yeah, I do. Because phones and like I rub my cheek against this microphone, but the microphone that I have is intended not to pick up a lot of the background. This thing picks up everything. So if you're doing chest compressions and this mic is hearing anything like that, it's going to pick up the compressions. Turd Ferguson saying that was for you, bud. That's fair. It drives me nuts. So then we get the building manager who delivers what I think is the most damning testimony of the day. Nah, Sarah Boone delivers the most damning testimony of the day via 911 and body worn cameras. But the second most?
Did you become familiar with the residents there at the apartment complex?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to meet the defendant in this case and also a George Torres?
Yes.
Let me turn your attention to February 24th of 2020. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And on that date, did you have occasion to come in contact with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And tell us, what was the circumstances in which you came into contact with her on February 24th, 2020?
I was called by the manager and the assistant manager to come to her unit. I believe she was already sitting outside at that time.
And when she was sitting outside of her unit, what, if anything, did you observe about her and about the unit?
The police was there. Her ex-husband was present. She was sitting outside, and that's when she decided she wanted to talk to me and the managers.
And what did she tell you?
That she's confused. She's not exactly sure what happened. She pointed out that she recalls that they were playing a game of hide and seek. There was an instance where you were going to teach him a lesson, and then she just doesn't recall anything else. So then
It's that part. Teach a lesson. That's the first time in this entire trial I've heard that. The very first time in the entire trial.
Yep. It's not a great line.
No. And he repeats it several times. Why does he look smug? Yeah, he does. There's a part of this where I don't know how much I buy him. He seems less credible than the roommates, right? The roommates are like, no, I don't like drunk people. I don't go around them. I don't know. But I don't think the defense does a really good job of damaging the credibility of his credibility and recounting it. Oh, yeah, Lisa, you're right. She does say it at some point. Where was it, in the body cam? The teaching him a lesson part is now in cross. Let's see. Let's get to the cross. Let's redirect.
So you had had a previous relationship with Mr. Torres?
no, not at all.
Not at all. You just knew him from then?
Yes, as I stated, he was a teenager, and I was an adult.
Okay. During this time,
Yeah, they lived down the street from each other. Officer gets brought in for the body cam. We're gonna watch body cam, just a bit of it, not a whole lot, and then we'll be able to wrap. Because I want to get to the suitcase reveal. And that's really where I want to end it. But side note, whatever Orange County is doing to train their sheriffs, do that everywhere, please, because
Well, what they should do is like fire all of the officers in Canton and take half of the officers out of Orange County and move them to Canton.
right?
Just
Tell me I'm not the only one that had this perception. Like, these officers are remarkable. Every one of them. They're not aggressive. They follow the rules. They follow protocol. They have their body cameras on at the right time. There's no odd gaps in the timing. They're respectful of everybody. They wait to the entire story. They're not being assholes. What? Like, what? How have we not come across a trial? No, just all the good ones are here, apparently. And you know how you know that? Zero cross. Now they're going to try and cross the investigator, the lead detective, but I don't know they're going to do much damage because I haven't seen anything to suggest that anything is not being done right here. And you know what? People make fun of Florida. People make fun of Florida.
Well, and the best he can do for, like, you know, isn't it true you made a slightly technical error on reading the warning that doesn't legally matter? And it's like, no, yeah,
it's dumb. Laura Leanne, Florida gets a lot of practice. Okay, I get it, but people make a lot of fun of. They make fun of Florida a lot. It was pretty good. This is how you want it to be.
Yep.
As Cat Queen says, Orange County has all the good cops because Florida man. I understand that, but make fun of Florida civilians. No, I not a Publix bag in sight. Exactly. There's no fucking shop and stop or Publix bag. What? These cops are really good.
Nobody's using a red Solo cup.
Yeah.
So I came downstairs and I was like, oh, still.
Wait, sorry, I fast forwarded too much.
Right? Public again? Okay, not even, okay, go. No. Each of them has to, this might be a real thing, but each of them has to put their name. What's going on? I just got here, so no problem. Like, together, we can do some artwork together. You are putting a puzzle together? Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there. Okay. We've been doing art, trying to put stuff off the wall to make new art put up there, like having a good time with one another. But we're drinking, we had a bottle of wine last night. So then it's like, we decided to play hide and seek, right? Okay. So he gets in the suitcase, okay? Oh, this guy. That's my ex-husband, my former husband.
How this cop has not gone and said, like, wait, what the fuck did you just say? Wait, hang on. Let's recap. We were playing a puzzle. We were doing a puzzle. We were drinking. We had just a bottle of wine. Then we decided to play hide and seek. And she goes, who is this guy here? And she goes, that's my ex-husband. I understand cops see a lot of shit, but that's gotta be like, that's a lot. That's a lot for one sentence, one paragraph. That's a whole lot of shit that just got thrown in there.
No, I called him over here. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. So then he came over here. Here, let's talk inside. Okay. I called you guys. Mm-hmm. The problem is I fell asleep. When did you do CPR? This morning. When I found it before you called. Yeah. 1 o'clock right now. I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30. So I came downstairs and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. That's when I found him. I took him out and I tried doing CPR and then I called him and then I called you guys. Did he get here before the fire department got here? Who? The husband? Yes. Okay. Where's he live at? Right on the street.
Bro, her affect. Hold the fuck up. I'm sorry, I just said bro like an idiot. Why did I say that? So, what was wrong with that? Look at her affect change. She goes like, oh my God.
1 o'clock right now. I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30. So I came downstairs and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. That's when I found him. I took him out and I tried doing CPR and then I called him and then I called you guys. Did he get here before the fire department got here? Who? The husband? Or the ex-husband? Okay. Where's he live at?
Tell me you didn't notice that shift. Oh my God, this is terrible. This is so bad. She is the worst. The worst at this game.
Okay. So you were playing and who did come up there? I did, but then I fell asleep. Okay, stop. You're okay. I wasn't there.
You see the moment when the cop is like, yeah, this is.
Like having ears
This is fucking.
Yeah, but the cop has not been dismissive. She's not dismissive. She's not like combative. She's not attacking. She's letting this woman talk and she's listening and being like, she's pretending. I can only imagine what's going on in this cop's head or in the sheriff's and deputy's head. She's pretending that what she's hearing is somewhat normal. Like, I'm not getting the understanding that the cop's like, you're out of your fucking mind, even though in her head, she's probably like, you're out of your fucking mind. What is happening right now? This is the first instance that the jury gets to see Sarah Boone. So now the jury has now for the first time they are seeing Sarah Boone. Apart from like the dressed up in the at the table. She's deputy sheriff. I don't know if she's detective. She's deputy.
I'm not sure.
I know she's deputy. I don't know if she's a detective, but she would say either way.
Not that I know of. Not that I know of.
Not that I know of.
So garage. That's garage.
All right, I guess we're gonna have to set up a crime scene now.
You know what? Good on Orange County for blurring that. Did you notice that they blurred the body camera footage as they're going by the body?
I did not notice that. That's unusual.
Wait, where was it? So she comes down the stairs. Oh no.
Orange County.
Oh, that's the beginning.
They're here. They're gonna ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
All right, sir. My name is Chelsea. My partner Scott. It's my understanding you reside here?
Yeah, and this is when you shut the fuck up. This is when you stop talking. You stop talking. When there's a cop there, and this is detective attire. Like if there is detective that could ever just be dressed like a detective, it's the blue fucking shirt, it's the different colored tie, the badge hanging over it, and the khakis. Always 100% detective. And this is when you shut the fuck up right now because notepad is out. You're on body camera. Yeah. Thank you. I didn't need to know that was a detective because I can see it in the outfit being worn. I don't know what happens when people make detective, if they require them to go to the same store to get the same clothes, but oftentimes it's the same clothes.
What's fun is when you've got police officers who are undercover, but not like really undercover. If like they're plain clothes, but they're not like undercover, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like,
they still look super
You
cocky.
are a cop. Like you're a cop. You're a cop. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're a cop.
So like at what do you call it? You go to gun shows here, and they'll have a cop who'll go around and he'll ask things like, so where would I go to get a silencer? And you know, the correct answer to that is, well, I'll be happy to get you a silencer just as soon as you show me your business firearms license that allows you to have one. Meanwhile, but you know, it is fun to spot the cop at those events, and especially to go up to the cop and be like, "Hey, officer." But that's very different than when they're actually running an undercover operation, like when they're doing drug deals and stuff. They will you know, they'll be careful not to wear the cop boots. They'll grow the beard out. They'll lose weight. They'll gain weight. You know,
But
those
they
kinds of
move.
things.
They still move like a cop. They move like a cop. They
Not
look like a cop. They act like a cop. Except
the
the
good ones who are properly
good
undercover.
ones, who are
you
the good
wouldn't
ones
tell.
usually come from not cop. The good ones are usually
Oh, I mean, if the thing is like the police can't hire you where I am if you have a criminal record, but they will be very interested in hiring you if you have like a background where you could have gotten a criminal record, where it's like, you know, somebody who's like, I was dealing drugs for years, and they're like, did you get caught? No. Cops are like, okay, you've got a future in undercover work. So
oh well, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at this. Jeffrey Cropman. I'm not gonna go to that moment. If they didn't blur it, they didn't blur it. So I'm not gonna just go back through and watch the body part. But pro tip: if you see a gentleman dressed in this attire right here, just this, with a notepad, the badge in the front, you have now reached shut the fuck up territory. Like, you were there before, but now you are absolutely stop talking. I actually know a fair deal of detectives and cops. And what's funny is I will rib them to their face about the attire. Why are you dressed that way? Like, you are a cop.
So I had this client who just kept getting busted for dealing small amounts of meth, right? Low grade meth dealer. And that was over and over and over again. He'd get busted for dealing small amounts of meth. So I get stopped at a light. And you know that moment where you're stopped at a light, so you decide to have a little look around, like what's around you?
Yeah.
And I see him outside my car. And he's talking to this like attractive athletic woman. And I see him hand something over for cash and sort of like give her the nod and walk away. And I'm like, okay. So I fire up the hands-free phone and I call him. And he's like, hey, man, you know, what's going on? We don't have a file together or anything right now. And I'm like, yeah, we're going to. You need to get some money together for a retainer because you're going to get arrested soon. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, the woman you just dealt drugs to, like just now, she's a cop. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I saw you, dude. That 100%. That woman, attractive, all of her teeth, 100% cop. And he's like, no way, man. I'm like, yeah, cop. Anyway, so about a week later, he gets arrested for dealing drugs to the undercover cop. I'm like, come on, man. The thing is, he was not super skilled at what he does, but I was like, that is the coppiest cop. Like, come on, man. You should have spotted that one a mile off.
You know what? No. In the context of meth being dealt, all of the teeth is a red fucking flag.
Meth
it's a
customers
massive red flag.
Tend to have all of their teeth. They tend to have some of their teeth, and yeah. So,
well, like I said, if you find yourself in front of a person dressed in attire, you just shut up and you say, not talking, thank you. Talk to my lawyer. I like my lawyer here. I'm not going to speak to you, and you just don't talk. So that's how that goes. But does she follow that advice? No.
Okay, is it just you, okay. Your former husband, okay. But you reside here with George, and then your son lives with you, or lives, there's 50/50? Yeah. Okay. So from what has told me, she explained last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine. And around midnight, you
I feel like
decided
it would be a bigger red flag if they had all their
Okay.
teeth in Britain.
You guys decided to play hide and seek.
Well, we were playing hide and seek, and then
Also, if someone is asking you questions using what you previously stated to try and refresh
Yeah.
your memory or have you restate it, that's
Have
a
you
pretty
confirmed
big,
your story? Yeah.
or say something inconsistent with your prior story. It's a pretty big shut the fuck up. Like, just
Yeah.
stop talking immediately. Like now, and you know, good on the detective for making it sound normal, like making it sound like it's not fishing or not trying to do that.
Did
The
I ever tell you the
detective is-
story of one of my favorite clients in the interview room?
Oh no, but you are now.
So, the officer's trying to get him to make a statement. And they do the thing where they, sometimes one of the lies that the cops will tell is, okay, I'm going to go shut off the recording and we'll just have a little chat between you and me.
Oh yeah, I love that.
So he does that to the accused. And then he goes out, waits like 2 minutes. You can actually see him because they've got recording of outside the interview room. He just steps outside and just waits for like a couple of minutes. And then he goes back in. He's like, okay, the recording's off. It's just between us. And so the accused is sitting there and he's like, wait, you turned off the cameras? And the cop says, yeah, no, it's just, you know, we could just have a little off the record talk. I just want to understand what was going on. You know, we don't need to have cameras. We don't need to have anything. And he goes, great. Wow. Wow. And he just slams his face repeatedly into the table and he goes, explain that, motherfucker. And the thing is, he goes hard. Like, he's just hard in the paint on this. He's got this big, you know,
He's
like
broke his
bruise on
fucking
his
nose.
face.
He's just completely busted up, and he just
He had his head turned so he didn't break his nose, but he gets like this giant black eye.
Oh my
And the thing is, if this cop had actually turned off the recording, it would have looked so bad because it would have been like, I'm gonna go turn off the recording, and then suddenly the guy's got this big freaking like, you know, so. But the thing is even though it didn't do that, it still ended the interview because the cop was just like, what the and then they had to go and get this guy medical attention and whatever else. And I was like,
you have to appreciate the commitment. The commitment is
it was 100% commitment. And I was just like, the explain that, motherfucker. If the recording had been turned off, there would have been no explanation.
He's screwed.
Yep. I was just like, this is a guy who's thinking like in the moment. But it did stop the interview. My client, the only negative thing for that was basically that the Crown was like, well, I'm good. If your guy gets up on the stand, I'm going to suggest that he's not honest. And I'm like, in what universe am I putting a client up on the stand? Like,
you think I'm gonna put him? You think I'm gonna put him on the stand? You're out of your fucking mind. He'll start bashing his head on the witness stand.
So, but I was just like, you, sir, you are my favorite. The other one was a guy who was just this guy was really good at getting under cops' skins. So I had several files with this guy, and he'd be sitting there and the cop would like be questioning him. And this guy would start like psychoanalyzing the cop in like an insulting way.
Oh, yeah.
And so the cop would start asking him a question. And he'd be like, oh, you're really like, you've got some real insecurities, don't you?
Insecurities. Oh,
and the cop would be like, you know what? no, like this is about you. Like we got to stick to you. And the guy's like,
No.
when you're in the locker room, you're like always holding up a towel, right? Because you don't want your friends to see. And
Yeah.
he'd
That's
get cops storming out. He had a cop slap him in the interview room. He was just really good at pissing the cops off. And I was like, you, sir. It was fun to watch. One officer, they brought him in, and this was an officer who'd already dealt with him before. And he's like, so are we doing an interview? And the guy's like, no, I know your games. We're not doing that. You just you can just sit. I was like, so
That's
yeah,
pretty good. I like that.
I always appreciate it when my clients don't do the thing of just sitting there and like
Answering
confessing
questions
everything
and saying all the words.
Yeah.
Kind of like this. Like, and people have asked me the question, like, why wasn't Miranda given here? She's not in custody.
Yeah.
So Miranda is not required when you're volunteering all this fucking information.
When you can just step away and walk away.
Yeah, you're allowed to walk away and not answer the questions. Now, if the cop had told her, no, you're not allowed to leave, you need to answer my questions, that's different.
It's one of the reasons why when you see those guys who are doing like First Amendment auditing sort of thing, like one of the first questions they'll ask is, am I free to leave?
Yeah.
And if the cop says you're free to leave, walk. Yes. Use your leggies. Yes. Take your let your legs take you to not in trouble land.
Yes. Depart.
So yeah. The happiest place on earth is anywhere a cop isn't.
Exactly. Or anywhere that's not the back of a cop car. These are good words to live by. Remarkable words to live by. Just leave. If you get the chance, leave.
Yep. So it's the great way to never see me professionally is,
Yeah.
So
we're gonna
yeah.
do thorough investigation, and we will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we leave. Okay?
My 9-year-old.
Or is at school and he's with your husband?
I know, well,
Ex-husband.
Your husband said that, or your ex-husband said he made arrangements for your gun to be picked up.
Oh, okay, Mom.
All right, we're going to go inside.
Yes, please, but you guys keep me posted, so I know what's going on.
All you have to do is get their attention if you have a question, you need to talk to us. He's standing right there, she'll be right here.
Yeah, okay, but when you guys tell me, like, so you're telling me, like, you won't call whoever it is without telling me, right? I mean, I have all their phone.
We're not calling, we're not making phone calls, we're actually gonna speak to them in person.
Yeah.
We
That'll
are.
be later on.
It'll be later.
Prior to us making the
I'm
calls.
not gonna be here. They're going to tell me,
Okay.
We'll address all of that, okay, before we leave, okay?
this was,
Okay? Okay.
thank you. Just stay seated, okay, Sarah? I know you're panicking, okay, just relax. We're trying to talk to you. We'll keep checking on you.
All right. So I can't stand that next cop's body camera because it's so loud. But the crime scene investigator, I liked. She was good. However, they have trained these cops. This has to be an anomaly because they all testify well.
Are doing a good job.
They testify well. They present well. They do their job well. I haven't seen a single thing wrong, which is a very remarkable, like,
yeah, no, I was impressed
feel
as
relief.
hell. I was like,
tell me you don't feel relief. Like Canton Brainworm has not made its way.
yeah, it's not like, so let's go through all of your disciplinary bullshit today. Isn't it true you were relocated to like, a farm because like all the Canton cops who are basically, sent off to like live on a farm somewhere.
Yeah. So you're CSI. So you did not bring a leaf blower with you, right? Like you actually you had the proper tools. Oh, you did a walkthrough of the scene before you started touching shit. Oh, and when you touch shit, you use gloves and not solo cups and a ShopRite bag. So the fact that we're looking at this trial and just seeing competent cops and impressed is quasi sad. No, this is Carrie case. All right. Last bit is the investigator, and then we will be out of here. I got to catch up on super chats. I know, but I do want to make sure we get to the suitcase.
Currently, I am a forensic biologist with the forensics unit. Prior to this, I was a crime scene investigator for 5 years.
And how long in total have you been?
Sorry, a couple of these are really on point, so I have to actually give before we lose context. Sarah Boone had dogs, correct? How did she sleep until noon? In other words, I would venture to guess that that house did not smell the greatest. I would imagine those dogs probably.
And you're talking about before dead guy.
Before dead guy, yeah. I imagine that they, with what we've heard about the alcohol consumption and the fighting and the times that they were awake, I imagine that house did not. Those dogs did not go out as many times as they should have. So that's a sad answer to that question. Steve A says, Ian, you know she needs a cleric to raise the dead.
That is fair.
Jeffrey Kaufman, in response to the not one call, she sounds inconvenienced and annoyed. I would be inclined to agree with you. Amber Lee, luckily in Thurston County, Washington Family Court is in a different location with judges that strictly deal with family court cases. We have JDR that deals with it, but then it goes up to circuit court as well. So it's interesting. Shanta, he may be keeping her busy to keep her there. That was with regard to the 911 call. It's possible. I think it was more to keep her trying to engage in compressions if she could. The Squid, why are all criminals so dumb? I feel like there's an actual way to play this off as an accident. Also, her
I
story
feel
seems
like
childish. Go.
I mean, the thing is the dumb ones are the ones who get caught.
Yeah.
Because I feel like she could have gotten away with this. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
there's a way to play this. Yeah.
I mean, chat, I'm going to apologize for this, but it is what it is. You know, the guy's dead. Go in there, open his pants up, and put him, like, leave him in the suitcase, but, like, open his pants up and just be like, okay, you know, A, destroy your phone because you've got that recording. You don't want that out there.
The recordings.
Like, break your phone, leave it somewhere, like, put it in a drawer somewhere, and just be like, yeah, I went to bed, you know, I left him. I came down and I didn't know where he was. And then I looked around and I found he was in the suitcase. I don't know how he got in the suitcase. I pulled him out of the suitcase. Like, I don't know what the fuck he was doing in there. And the thing is as much as that's weird, it's
Make
still
sure it's
lot.
a suitcase with a reversible zipper that goes like you can take the zipper clip and pull it on the you can zip it closed from the inside.
It had the wire.
Oh.
And you could be like, I don't know how this happened, right? I pulled him out. And no, I'm not teaching you how to get away with murder because I don't think many people, if step one to your murder plan is convince dude to get into a suitcase, you're not like.
I mean, pretty solid plan.
I don't
not
think it's going to
believable.
happen a second time, right? But I mean, just if she'd given a less stupid story, I think she could have walked.
Yeah, because there's a way that this is an accident. There's
Yeah, it's just-
absolutely a way this is an accident.
And the thing about the like undo his pants is I really suspect that the inspectors would be like, oh, this is some kind of weird sex thing. He was probably handling himself in there.
Oh my.
You know, handling himself in the handbag. And they would be like, yeah, that's all we really need to know.
How about this? Don't record yourself doing the crime.
Yeah, that's always an important step.
Call 911 immediately. And when they ask you questions, so call and then say, come here fast, and then hang up the phone. Oh my God, I'm telling people to do crime. I don't mean to do this.
The thing is just
this is here is a plausible way that this plays out without this trial going forward in this fashion. One,
or even just this, right? You go up, you say, hey, here's what was going on. We were playing around. He got in the suitcase. I was really drunk. And I don't know what happened.
I don't remember getting the suitcase. I don't remember if you got it or
I
not.
don't remember what happened last night. I was really drunk. And I woke up and there he is in the suitcase dead in the morning. And it's like, okay, cool. Because then they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it wasn't an accident. And it's like, okay, cool, right? And just keep your mouth or better yet, just don't have the phone recording.
Yeah,
and just
that's what I'm
keep
saying.
your full mouth shut.
This is what I was getting
And-
into. Like if
Yeah.
she didn't record, right? So if she didn't record, if she had called 911 but hung up, like call 911 and say, I need to report an emergency, get to this address, hang up the phone. And then when they get there, she points and says, he's not responsive. I found him in a suitcase, and then shuts up. You don't have a case. There's nothing. There's no case. You can't prove shit for how that happened.
Yep.
Like, it's not possible. You can try to string together whatever argument you want, but you cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt what happened. So this is 100% circumstances of her own creation. So it drives me nuts. Crazy Cat Queen, all joking aside, I've been very happy with law enforcement in Florida. Animal harassment cruelty is also taken seriously, which I appreciate as well. I do as well. I saw that the individual who had that dog tied to a fence got charged. That's Hurricane Milton. Good on Florida. Kel Marie, to be fair, I don't think cops doing what cops are supposed to do would seem so remarkable if we weren't fresh off the Karen Reed trial. Yeah, I agree. And that's why I was saying it's a sad state of affairs. They're just doing normal cop stuff. Buffy Lynn, in state's motion, Sarah was it. Found him in the suitcase, then zipped it. Both laughed. Then she went nuts on him with bats and stares. It was revenge. That's what I was saying. I think it's retaliation, not.
And the problem is
defense.
Retaliation is not self-defense.
Correct.
So,
And I think- yeah.
Just as a really clear example of this, like, let's say somebody jumps out as I'm going into my car, like I'm on my way to the range. I'm walking out with a shotgun and a box of shells. And somebody jumps out of a bush and does the the Pulp Fiction
Booga,
thing
booga, booga. Yeah.
and pulls out a gun and just unloads on me.
Yep.
And I look around and there's bullet holes all around me. But he's now going click, 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 and he doesn't have anything. If I go and throw a shell in that shotgun and take a shot at him, I've now committed, probably a second degree murder. because at least second degree in Canada, it'd probably be first degree in the US because of the different ways that we handle degrees. You know, at that point, it's revenge. Now, if the guy takes 5 shots at me, or takes, you know, however many shots, drops a mag and is fumbling in his pocket,
oh, that's self-defense.
then I could take a shot and just be like, we're good every
Yeah,
day and twice
you're
on
fine.
Sunday, because it's
Yeah.
like, guy opened up on me and I thought he was going for a second magazine. I wasn't waiting. I just, you know, threw a shell in and boom, I beat him to the reload.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's
yeah. And then L Bauman here coming in with this one saying, I've been through DV and stalking. I'm sorry for that. And I understood why people might choose the Sarah Boone route. The thing is, with what Ian just described, I can practically understand why people would seek that retribution and retaliation, but the law cannot allow it.
yeah. And I mean, maybe in a different world, the law allows for like he had it coming defense.
Yeah,
we don't live in that world.
We don't.
So, like there was that case recently where the guy, so some dude was had a
hang
restraining
on.
order against the guy's
Oh,
daughter.
Wait, pause. Let me finish this thought first.
Oh,
because
yeah.
the thought ends positively. Thank God for the community support I had. And L Bauman, absolutely. Thank God for the community support you had. You got out of that situation. You weren't there, and you weren't in this situation here. So thank you for the chat and for that sharing. Now Ian can tell us about the depraved story he was about to tell us about.
So there's a guy who had assaulted this person's daughter. There was a restraining order there, and then this guy had once again kidnapped the daughter, and dude like tracked him down and shot him. And everyone on the internet is like, excellent, great, that guy needed shooting. And the problem is that guy needed shooting is not a defense. Self-defense is a defense. Defense of, yeah, and it was underage daughter. Defense of others can be a defense. So if they're in imminent danger, but just fuck that guy, he's got to die is not a defense. So that guy might be in some trouble.
Yeah. The musical Chicago is not a how-to.
Well,
It is a
I
how
mean,
to not.
Doesn't Chicago mostly star people in jail?
Yeah.
I haven't seen
all
it,
of them.
but you know, yeah, if everyone's in jail, then
Generally
it's
not the best.
kind of not the best advice.
Yeah. Okay. So we got caught up. Now we have the CSI, and we're going to be quick through her.
With the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
About 6.5 years.
How many photographs are there? Do you have a total?
111.
No objection.
All right. What was pre-marked as states M will be received into evidence without objection as states 8.
All right, come on. Go. Matt. Stairs.
Photo 72 from the composite.
Oh, yes. We also, apparently in Orange County, Florida, we get gloves and a properly identified and marked and scribed evidence bag. So we get gloves.
I thought we heard that evidence bags weren't a thing.
Well, we had previously been told that. Apparently we were misled because in Florida, they're still a thing.
Florida. Is there anything Florida man can't do?
Collect DNA in solo cups? I don't know.
I mean, he probably could, but
Probably.
just chooses not to for reasons of intelligence.
Intelligence. That was not
Amount.
intentional ASMR. I was just
Interrupt
at a
Have a view from the board.
Come on. Show me the wine bottles.
Yes, the same time I collected them that.
This state C will be received into evidence.
The wine
Previously been
bottle.
marked for identification as states C county. They were at the time that you packaged those.
Here we go.
What is the contents of state C?
These are the 2 wine bottles that I collected from the trash can.
Are these wine bottles in the same or substantially the same condition as they were at the time that you packaged them on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, the same time I collected them that day.
All right. Then the surprise that I like the baseball bat was
Wooden
one
baseball bat.
And
I
is
didn't
that bad?
a bat, which I didn't see playing as big a role in this trial as it's going to, because it was used on a human inside of a suitcase.
In the same or substantially the same condition as it was at the time that you collected it on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, it is.
Stop. We're so close. No, we are right there. We're right there. We just need the suit.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as
We're going to pause. We're going to pause. We're going to restart it. We have the bat. We have the bat.
states B into evidence.
Any objection?
Is he wearing a vested suit?
He is.
But no pocket square. A vested suit with no pocket square.
Pocket squares are optional.
Come on. I just got new cufflinks. Are
What
they
kind of new
dinosaurs?
cufflinks?
They're dinosaurs. Because Mini Mischief 2 loves dinosaurs. So I got dinosaur cufflinks. And then a lapel pin, a couple. I understand the vested suit. And yes, it's a good look. Can we finish the let's finish the attire. Let's finish it out. Because we could make that thing complete. The tie is a good choice too. Honestly, it's not bad. So with the bat, we have allowed for enough time to buffer.
No objection. What was pre-marked as B will be received into evidence as states 10 without objection.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may.
For those of you not seeing this, that is a fucking baseball bat. That is a wooden baseball bat. Not a little mini bat, not a metal bat. That is a full ass wooden baseball bat. Like the kind where it hits you and breaks bones.
It really shouldn't be an ass baseball bat. That should not be a thing.
No, I get what I
Rob,
said.
no.
Full ass baseball bat. No, that's bad. No, you shouldn't have a full ass baseball bat. That's a big baseball bat. It's just a normal baseball bat. If someone says looks kind of little, no, that's a baseball bat. I don't care if it's kid size. Solid wood bat. A solid wood bat.
You also had an occasion to collect the suitcase as well in this case.
Yes, I did.
Prior to placing the suitcase into evidence, did you process it?
I took measurements of the suitcase.
What are the measurements of the suitcase?
It was 28 inches in length, 20 inches wide, and 8 7/8 inches deep.
Your Honor, this
I don't
time
know
you
why I
made
find
the
that funny,
witness
but
step down from
just
the
her
stand,
like very precise details
approach
there.
the clerk's area.
Yes.
Hang on. The depth. How the fuck does man fit in the suitcase? Hang on.
Prior to placing the suitcase into evidence, did you process it?
I took measurements of the suitcase.
What are the measurements of the suitcase?
It was 28 inches in length.
28 inches in length. Okay, so 28 inches long.
20 inches wide, and 8 7/8 inches deep.
20 inches wide. These are my shoulders. That's
I could probably fit in that.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm not going to test it.
8.8 deep. Are you That's fucking tiny, Ian. That's tiny. 28 inches long. My torso. From my butt to my shoulder is not 28 inches. No, it's 28 inches. I understand. He was 5'3" and 103 pounds. I get it. He was 5'3", 100. I get it. I get it. That is still small. I don't care. That's still small.
Your Honor, this time you made the witness step down from the stand and approach the clerk's area.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States A. Tell me, do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is this item?
This is the suitcase I collected from the living room.
And how is it that you know that this is a suitcase you collected from the living room?
It has the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I labeled with the item description. It also contains my name and the agency case number, and my initials are also on the evidence tape.
Ma'am, at this time, could you open States A and look at the contents of it to yourself?
Yes.
Counsel, how is she supposed to open that box and look at the contents to her only herself? Are you seeing what's in front of you? Like, are you?
I mean, the thing is I don't think they're gonna freak out too much because everyone knows what's in the box.
Everyone knows
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
What's in the
Oh,
freaking box?
What's in the box?
And Mark says, always carry a pocket knife in case you find yourself trapped in a suitcase.
Yeah.
So I was out shopping, and I reached into my pockets, and I realized that every once in a while I like had a pocket knife, and I'd moved it into my coat pockets just by like habit. And I had like 6 pocket knives in my coat at that particular point, and I was like, "Oh, that's maybe I should move some of these. I don't need 6."
They're scattered around my house, like all over the place. There's not one back there, but yeah. So here is the suitcase.
Can you open the inside of it?
Does this remind you of the OJ Simpson if the glove don't fit?
I mean,
You
they're
see her
not going to bring
struggling?
the body into court and
No,
shove him
no.
in.
But do you see her struggling with the zipper? Do you see it?
Yep.
So they're trying to refute the whole like he could have easily gotten out of there.
It's a shitty
I don't think it's
zipper.
intentional. I think it's just how it works. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Oh, wasn't cut off. So are they going to send that suitcase back for the jury to like examine?
I don't know. But that's where I'm gonna leave it. Like I'm gonna leave it there because that's where the prosecution, when I talk about a trial that's well run and well orchestrated, that was how they ended their Friday. So the jury has just now, after hearing the 911 call and watching the first encounter with Sarah Boone and hearing opening statements and hearing this weird back and forth, the last image the jury has going into the weekend is that suitcase. 28 inches by 20 inches by 8.5 inch or 8.8 inches.
And they're imagining being stuck in that suitcase.
Oh my God. Well done, prosecution. Like, well done. And that attorney, while he was quick and a little bit crass, here's what he did. He went through 10 witnesses today. 10 witnesses today.
But he didn't ask a single question about like the snow or the high tops. So clearly he's not doing a good job.
10
We need to
witnesses.
send him to the Lally School of direct examination.
But that's what I mean. 10 witnesses. And the last moment that he gets there, he gets to this point where on a Friday, when the jury has the whole ass weekend, not whole ass, but I'm going to stop saying that. You've triggered me. You have triggered. Damn you. When the jury has the whole weekend to go home and contemplate what they have seen in their first day of trial, which is the most impactful. Like
the whole
jury
regular weekend.
Oh my God, the whole regular weekend. They go home and the thought they're reminded of is this is the fucking suitcase that this person was in.
Or the
Holy
regular
crap.
suitcase.
Oh, I hate you. Hate you so much. Lolly could never. Truth. This is an actual fact. Lolly could never time that. No way. Lolly would still be back with it was hot that day or something ridiculous like that.
if the jury gets to have the suitcase for deliberation, do you think the
Oh,
suitcase
don't
has
even
a smell
say
to
it.
it?
Well, I will bet you, I would put solid money that despite the judge's instruction, that there are several members of the jury that go home and take a glance at suitcases in their home. And I bet
Yep.
at least one of those jurors opens one and sits in it. I'd put $1,000 on that easily. You
Fair.
can't not. With what
Yeah.
you just heard in the first day of trial, there's no fucking way. Like I am guaranteeing you that if I was a juror, despite any judge's instructions, I am going home and looking at my suitcase and listening to those dimensions and putting it on the floor and just sitting in it. I'm not closing, I'm just sitting in it. Oh. And how fucking creepy is that?
It's at least a 4.
So I just, that was very, very, very effective. I was very impressed with, and I shouldn't have been because we've seen a lot of shitty lawyering of late. It was very effectively done. Very effective. And the defense did well too. I mean, the defense didn't have a lot to go on. You can't, what are you going to do? How are you going to cross these witnesses? You can't. So the best tactic in most cases is
Isn't
sit your
it
ass
true
down.
that this is not actually the suit? Like, come on.
Yeah, you just sit your ass down.
Yeah.
So I thought today was very well run. Ian's right. This trial is going to be boring. It's going to be boring because it's going to be well orchestrated. So we'll be following
And the
it.
thing is I used the line of, earlier, like when we were backstage, this is not like hunting. This is like you go out into the woods and a deer decides it really needs to look down the barrel of your rifle and you just like pull the trigger. That's what the prosecution is really dealing with here.
It's not even a deer. It's a skittish 6-point buck that all of a sudden walks up and is like, huh, this looks very interesting.
And at the end of the day, like, this prosecutor doesn't have to do a whole lot. This is just like falling down a hill. But if the prosecutor loses, that will be extremely humiliating. Right?
Well, here's the thing. Don't start by putting in the mind of the jury that there might have been self-defense. Maybe that shouldn't be the way you start the case. But at the end of today, felt pretty good for the prosecution. We'll see what Monday brings. But this has been it. I'm fascinated now. I think this trial is going to be curious to see how things are going to play out. And when Sarah Boone takes a stand, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy a 1.5 liter bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay. And I'll have that bottle of Chardonnay and I will drink that while I'm watching her testify because my God, it's going to be something else. Mama Wolf. So catching up and getting out of here because we've been streaming for 5 hours. Mama Wolf, always good to see you both. Thanks for being real and authentic. It's what makes your channels great. Thank you, Mama Wolf. That's very kind of you. And thank you for gifting memberships as well. Lisa S., thank you for becoming a member and then turning around and giving memberships to other people. Thank you so much. Catherine Frazier, 2 years, a fan. We broke a bed together. Well,
that sounds interesting.
It does. If you don't get the reference, there's a video that's in reference to a video. Nope. Wait, hang on. Let me take that back. It's in reference to a publicly available video on YouTube.
Not getting better, Rob.
It's in reference to the Amber Heard case. My God. Oh, 5 hours streaming. That's what happens. Robin, the ADR Pro, been enjoying you since the start of the bromance. I've always loved the bromance.
Which is
and
the
glad that
beginning.
yeah, it is. It actually is the beginning of my streaming. Lori Leanne, this guy is my favorite so far. This is in reference to this was the roommate. Minnie, hey guys, was watching Depp v. Heard from 2 years ago on EDB and saw you two and DUI guy at the trial and hanging out after. You guys are awesome. Thank you. That's very sweet. We have maintained the friendship since then. Lucy Wu got laid off at work. I'm so sorry. This is a much needed brain break and escape. Here's the thing. You didn't get laid off. You were provided a doorway to a new opportunity that you're going to chase down and get tomorrow. Thank you, Rob and Ian, for keeping me company as I job hunt. I am ready for a bigger and better opportunity. See, I didn't have to read the end of it. It was already there. Gwendolyn SS, I divorced my ex while he was incarcerated. Yep. I will do those from time to time as well. Quickie Mon Steve, good evening all. I hope everyone has a great week. Late, but finally got here. Glad to see you, Cookie Mon Steve. Lady Fang, of course you did, Rob. I need to see them. This was in reference. I forget. I'm sorry, Lady Fang. I forgot what this was in reference to. I wish I could remember. Jessica Carlson, thanks for becoming a member. Oh, Sue Sin, thanks for becoming a member. Jay, Michael RN, hey, a friend's been missing you. Grad school sucks. Still behind after Milton. I'm sorry, my friend. I hope you're doing okay. Hope you're getting back into the swing of things.
Hopefully they're cutting you a break after Milton.
Just a bit. Yeah. Oh, the letters to family courts, what people are saying. I will read those. I will find those and track those down. In reference to the last super chat. Nancy 70, paint pumpkins with littles, carve otherwise.
I think it's good for littles to learn to use a knife.
I do too. That actually reminds me. So there's only 687 votes on the poll for whether you paint your pumpkin or carve your pumpkin. So that's the debate for this evening. Do you paint, carve, or the pumpkins remain untouched? Actually, right now, 33% of people say the pumpkins remain untouched. What is wrong with you folks?
Maybe they just like pie.
I don't know. Alias, can you go over the newest Diddy lawsuit? Would love to hear your opinion on that crazy case. I'll take a look at it. I will say that for a moment, I needed to take a break from the Diddy stuff because it seemed like every single week was talking about sexual assault, and I got very, very.
That is really what it's about.
It was just like every week was always sexual assault, and I kind of wanted to not talk about that for a minute.
There's also the Garth Brooks lawsuit, which is also sexual assault.
That's what I mean. It's like every case that we have seen the last several months has been sexual assault related, and I've wanted to take a little break honestly, I hate to say this, like a good old fashioned murder.
Rob, are you now pro murder?
No, I'm not pro murder, but it can be a bit of a pressure valve when you've been dealing with so many sexual assault allegations that are remarkably complicated, ugly, gross, and disgusting.
That is fair.
Yeah. Lynn Britton, best way to end the week with my two favorite LawTube guys. Thanks for being here, Lynn. Big Dog 5758 replay crew. Happy to share the love when I can with others. Thanks, Rob, Ian, and the mods and everyone else. Thank you to the mods and to everybody. Big Dog, thank you for gifting memberships earlier as well. Matilda, hello from the Netherlands at 6:20 a.m. Well, it's 1:51 a.m. my time. So, hello. Jeremy Morton, no relation. Happy Friday, catching up on 2X. Enjoy the stream, my friend. It's going to go for a little while. Equality, thanks for gifting memberships. KPT, Rob, your super chats are diverted to Runkle. Heart to you too. So on that, I actually want to make sure that I'm pulling up his Extra Life. Life.org. No. -life.org. Did you make a short code yet?
Yes, but I can't remember what it is.
Okay. I'm gonna put this one in. I think the mods have been dropping it. So it is saved in the channel description already, or the show description already. Please go donate to Ian's Extra Life. November 2nd, Ian will be live streaming for 24 hours straight. 24 hours straight to raise money for the Salary Children's Hospital. We have done phenomenal work raising money for them in the past, and Ian is going to surpass his last goal.
I don't know about that. 'Cause
Last
the
year.
last goal was insane. The last goal was 100,000.
Yeah. I mean, we're almost at 5.
Yeah.
And it hasn't even started yet. I think you'll be surprised. I think we'll do well.
We'll have to see. But hopefully people will oh, and apparently I picked Runkle for the promo code or the short version.
Oh, perfect. But KPT, I strongly encourage diverting all super chat funds to the Extra Life charity function. Absolutely. I have some donated gifts from other people that I have here that I have to photograph so we can auction.
Yeah, I got to get on that. That's going to be the other thing I got to do is I want to make some calendars, like Runkleism calendars, because I had people ask me to do that. So I need to make those. They're going to be just like a Runkleism with like a picture of me doing something. So
SF, someone needs to tag this case to Canton PD and offer it up as an example to them on how to investigate a suspicious death.
Sorry, I believe that the proper way to phrase that is Hoslong to investigate a suspicious death.
Solid. I like the burn. Well played. Very well played. And then Julia, I think I might actually have a few pens. So I will probably have pens to donate. Equality, can I just confess my admiration for Judge Kranick? Absolutely. We encourage that. The way he explained the laws to potential jurors was the best. I thought it was great. He's been phenomenal so far, and I've been remarkably impressed. The Squid, here's how to play it off as an accident. Claimed to have been drunk and dared him to get pushed down the stairs in a suitcase. Drunk shenanigans are more negligent than intentional, but that still opens you up to the negligent homicide. So I think there's a way of even better. I think Ian laid it out earlier. So just rewind a little bit and he'll explain how to get away with murder.
Just like, say nothing.
Just don't say anything. That's,
you know,
step one.
How do you get in there?
I don't know.
You know,
or
like,
just,
you know, I got nothing to say. I'll provide a full statement with my lawyer later. And, you know, what does it come down to? It comes down to, oh, right. Nobody knows how he got deaded. And so
the thing, no one knows unless you say it.
Yep. And the thing is, if you say something and they can disprove it, then that's really bad for you. But if you say nothing, then they can't disprove it because you didn't say anything.
Ali QOD, I agree. Don't murder him. That's a very, 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 like, yes, agree.
I think that the sort of, you know,
We are
arguendo
assuming-
thing is we're assuming you've got a murder.
Yeah, we're kind of there and we're making that assumption and then going from there. JJ with the dog, 5'3", woman here, 23 inches from the shoulder to the hip, and I can't even imagine. I'm with you. I it's weird to even think about. Lady Fang would love to see Boone versus Lally.
God, no.
We could not watch this trial. It would not be possible. Cross Stitch 626. Thank you for keeping me company over the past year. I just finished a cross-stitched Christmas stocking for my daughter-in-law. My son's stocking is my profile pic. That's beautiful. That's really cool. That's awesome. Way to go. Chris Cat Queen. So, watch party for SB's testimony. I will be watching. I will be watching and screaming and laughing. And I don't know. I have no idea how I'm going to react to it. Lee Q. If he was stiff when Sarah called 911, I don't get how he was still in a fetal position when first responders arrived. How he was not still in a fetal. I don't think he was stiff. I think it was just dead weight. Not to say it in that morbid fashion, but I don't think he was stiff.
Like
I
she
don't think
said he
rigor-
was stiff, but there would have been a point where he would have been flexible.
Yeah, I don't think
So-
rigor mortis could have set in that quickly. Lynn, so what are the poll results? Poll results on the pumpkin. Ending the poll with 687 votes. And 58% of you carve, 32% don't touch them, and 9% of you paint. Oh, 3,000 votes. Wow. Okay. So 58% do carve your pumpkins. 32% just leave the pumpkins untouched, and 9% of you paint them. Okay. We have an objective winner. Bop it. Late getting here. You're still going 5 hours in. Why am I not surprised? Because I'm not either. Ali QOD, been here since the beginning too. Squirrely Mod, yay. The Squid, you don't want a good old-fashioned murder case. The circumstances behind the Richard Allen trial are tragic and heartbreaking. Yes, that case, and I know Andrea's been covering that, Andrea Burkhart, so check her coverage out for that one, because that case is complicated, and she's been on top of it. So Sandy, thank you very, very much. Don't forget to nominate Ian for the Gundies. The Gundies. Go to the Gundies, nominate Ian. So 2 things you have to do. One is free. The other one is not. The free thing, go to the Gundies and nominate Ian. The not free thing, if you're able and you want to, go to Extra Life, the link pinned at the top, and go and donate to Ian's charity live stream. Barbs, no pumpkins decorated in New Zealand, just plastic ones. Interesting.
Oh, that sounds lame. Sorry, but it does.
It happens.
I want to
XCDA,
do all
thanks for the
the
fun.
like. I like doing the Thanksgiving things.
Oh, we had to drop them off the kids' school after Thanksgiving. Like, it's a whole pumpkin drop thing. It's a big like school event. I'm excited about this. I will find a way to blow something up responsibly. XCDA, thanks for the fun. FNF, have a great weekend, everyone. Thank you, XCDA. And Devin, thank you for gifting memberships. That is very much appreciated, my friend. So here we are. We are at a wrap. I'm going to go ahead and bid you all adieu. It is 5 hours and 17 minutes of a live stream. It is 2 a.m. my time. Ian, thank you for being here, my friend. You are streaming this weekend or on Monday? Or both?
I might do something this weekend because there's some letters in the Turtle Boy case that I want to cover.
Okay.
I also may do a pumpkin carving thing, but I don't know. I also want I got to do more leather work because I want to auction more stuff, right? So I got to do that. So I got to go make more things.
See, that's a good way to make yourself happy and feel good.
Yeah, well, and hopefully people will want to bid on those things, and we can raise money for kidlets. So
absolutely, I love the idea. So everyone go check out Ian Runkle of the Bailey. Please go and donate to the link that is both in the top of the pinned chat as well as the description of the video, and go and donate to the extra live stream, which will be on November 2nd, 24 hours, November 2nd. You can see a lot of familiar faces, and we're going to play a lot of games. Not hide and seek, like non hide and seek games. Although, aren't you doing a one shot for D&D?
No, David is doing a one shot for D&D because he is much better at it than I am.
In theory, we could involve a game of hide and seek.
Oh God,
it could work.
It would, but I feel like Rick would look at us disapprovingly.
He does that all the time. It's par for the course. So
yeah, I just feel like it would be extra disapprovingly.
Yeah, that's fair.
So he'd make the very, very frowny face.
No, medium frowny face.
Fair, but at least somewhat frowny face.
Okay. Well, for everyone else, get outside, get in the shop, get into the studio, get to the kitchen table, go make something. You'll feel better. Please get outside, go do something, touch some grass. It's the weekend. We made it to the weekend, folks. We absolutely did. And Sarah Boone finally made it to her day in court. This is going to be fun to watch. So cheers to all of you. Good evening, and we will see you next time. Night.
Good night, all.